alternate paths because of the structure of their families couldn't afford that sacrifice. But those that did go, it feels as though it's a response.
If the Biden energy policy is a key driver of inflation, why is inflation so much higher in most of the rest of the world?
Listen, I'm going to speak to what's going on when I talk to people and what's actually going on here in the United States. We've never seen an administration more hostile to energy.
Democracy is a big, important issue throughout Missouri. Your ability to vote, our sacred voting rights are always important. The ability for women to choose the health care that she needs is important. A lot of people are against abortion, but I think most people understand that a woman needs to be able to make her own choice.
Any sort of support for a nationwide abortion ban that you would come out?
I'd be happy to look at it. I'm not going to answer any hypotheticals about what legislation looks like before I get there. But, in general, I think these issues should be left up to the states.
You had tweeted about Eric Schmidt, if he will vote to get Social Security, Medicare, raise the retirement age. So how did you kind of find out about that kind of motive?
Because I know that's what the Republicans have been trying to do for years. They want to defund Social Security. They want to defund Medicare. They think there's not enough money in the budget for it. We can always find money in the budget. There's money for so many other things that we do. These are the two most important issues to our seniors, and we have to keep those going for future generations.
Can you confirm that you will do nothing to raise the retirement age or cut Social Security benefits? She said you would do that.
I don't know where she got that from. I've never said that. That's not my position.
Can you confirm what?
I think I just did. So I don't know where she got that from, but I'm not supportive of any of that legislation.
Is that something that he's mentioned, over your time, kind of competing against him in this campaign?
That he's mentioned?
Yeah.
He hasn't really talked about Medicare and Social Security for people. He hasn't talked much about anything. He doesn't have a plan for anything. He talks about the inflation and the cost of basic necessities. He has no plan. I have a plan.
What's your large mac and cheese? I'm a double quarter pounder guy myself. Trying to get the microphone, please. Mic check. 1, 2, 3, 4. Six. Mic check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
You had tweeted about Eric Schmidt, if he will vote to get Social Security. You had tweeted about Eric.
It may We're going to have a lot of very close races, and it's going to be me and world-renowned experts in data science and election tabulation research and election law, and we're going to be sort of pouring sort of nonstop in real time over all the election results as they flow in every national race in the country. At NBC on the decision desk, we obviously put in check marks, and when we're 99.5% minimum confident in being able to call a race. But a lot of races aren't going to be called for quite some time. Some of them may be days. And so we need to be able to tell our audience, tell our viewers, like sort of where the race stands. And so too early to call is usually it's early on in the night when we don't have enough data to really fully know where the race is going. It may be in a state like Pennsylvania where we have the mail ballots in, but we haven't seen the election day vote. And until we see that election day vote, we can't know, for example, if the race is actually going to be close or if there's going to be spread. Too close to call is when we've actually analyzed the data, we've looked at our statistical models, and we are quite confident that the race will be closer than 5 points. And so usually that comes a little bit later in the night when we've have good representation on the vote and can say with some certainty that this race is going to be tight. And so that's what we use we use the too close for that characterization.
Well, there are a number of them. Pennsylvania is the first. I was just out in Pennsylvania last week with John Fetterman. I think he's got a good chance.
But polling shows momentum could be building on the Republican side, with Dr. Oz narrowly passing John Fetterman in an average of polls in Pennsylvania. If John Fetterman can stave off that resurgent Dr. Oz and flip that seat from red to blue, and if Democrat astronaut Mark Kelly can hold ground in Arizona, beating Republican Blake Masters, polls still show that Republicans would lead in races like Nevada, that's a blue seat right now, flipping to red, Wisconsin, keeping that seat red, and Herschel Walker neck and neck or barely leading Senator Raphael Warnock in Georgia. That right there would give Republicans control of the Senate. Polls show they could lead the House as well, which might raise questions about the lackluster spending we've seen from national Democrats backing Trudy Busch Valentine. Have Democrats just surrendered Missouri?
I don't know. Missouri's a tough state. It always has been.
Durbin said the party funneled the bulk of its money into races where they saw the most upside.
We had limited funds and tried to prioritize the races that were the most likely to win.
And he defended President Biden from shouldering all the blame for rising inflation.
And when the oil companies are making record profits, while we're seeing these terrible impacts on families, it's unacceptable.
Durbin echoing the president's calls that democracy itself faces danger left in the wrong hands.
Election deniers have no place in the future of America. And the bottom line is this next election on Tuesday, November 8th, really is going to chart the future on basic freedoms for America and opportunities for American families.
Lifted it as a Schedule I drug, but yet we passed this. It would be in our Constitution as an illegal drug, but yet everywhere else it's not. If you have more than 3 ounces on you, that's illegal.
Hicks argues true legalization would remove limits on which businesses can sell it and how much you can buy.
There's no limit on how much beer I can put in the bed of my truck. It should be the same for this.
As long as you're within the possession limit, there is no possibility of, and you're over 21 years of age, there is no possibility of any kind of discipline from the state.
John Payne works for the campaign to pass Amendment 3 and says it would legalize sales in the future and forgive crimes committed in the past.
And that is something that Amendment 3 would do, is automatically expunge the records for people with minor marijuana offenses, with the exception of sales to minors, driving under the influence, and any offense involving violence.
Missouri police arrest roughly 20,000 people a year on suspicion of possessing marijuana. Medical dispensaries can only sell to the state's 200,000 patients with a medical card right now.
And the more we grow, the cheaper it gets.
Tom Bomarito predicts legal recreational cannabis could triple his customer base and help his company recoup the funds he invested to get it up and running.
Okay, once we get to rec, that makes most of these stores from losing money to maybe making some money. So the industry will stabilize. More growers will put on more weight, so prices will come down.
But if you ask the people working behind the counter,
that's actually going to be a little more mellow.
The marijuana market has power to do more than just boost a bottom line for a business or the state.
We're helping people break 40-year prescription painkiller habits.
Charlie Unger says cannabis can offer an alternative that might even save lives.
But my generation, it's no secret, I'm from St. Louis County, and the amount of funerals that I have been to from people that were pushed into opioid dependency is staggering.
The issue really of this campaign is inflation.
In early June,
I think the administration should be doing more.
And again in late August.
I don't understand how people are going to withstand this amount of inflation.
Voters voiced concerns about inflation to Republican Regan Deering and Democrat Nikki Budzinski.
One of the issues I support is freezing the federal gas tax until 2023.
Would you suspend the federal gas tax?
I think that's a great place to start for some immediate relief.
Both candidates running for Congress agreed on freezing gas taxes, but disagreed on how to spend that money.
Our infrastructure plan for our roads, and our roads aren't nothing compared to what they were 20 years ago. They're falling apart.
We have the funding there. Obviously, the infrastructure bill came out.
Would you have voted for the infrastructure bill?
Well, I'm definitely someone that's going to vote for good bills that are going to create jobs in my district.
I didn't hear a specific answer, though. Would you have voted for the infrastructure bill?
Well, I'm not a current member of Congress.
But would you have voted if you were there?
And I didn't read all the pages. So
That's a
until it is going to be a hedge, because we have bills that are thousands of pages and get pushed through in a minimum number of hours.
So is it fair to say that at this point, many months after it has been signed into law, you remain undecided?
I do.
While Deering would not embrace President Biden's infrastructure plan, Budzinski said his Inflation Reduction Act doesn't go far enough.
Is that what you wanted to see the administration do, or does the White House still need to do more to curb inflation?
First, we need to be doing more. Absolutely. This administration should be doing more to tackle rising costs and bring down energy prices and gas prices. We should be capping the cost of insulin at $35. My Republican opponent, Regan Deering, does not support that.
Organizations, including chasing after the chief among them, Donald Trump.
His gender issues are so extreme, he tries to inject them in our schools.
He shouldn't be let anywhere near education policy or education funding. He runs a school that teaches kids that women are inferior to men, that slave owners
Governor Pritzker, now that's too far.
I'm not going to tell you again not to interrupt.
That's too far. I don't know of where that's at, if it was ever in that curriculum, but it is J.B. Pritzker who's bringing CRT issues and cultural issues into our schools.
CRT is not taught in schools in Illinois. It just is not. He's making that up.
But it's the most trusted profession still in America.
It is.
And they trust people trust nurses a whole lot more than they trust our Supreme Court right now.
Well, that's not saying a whole lot.
Yeah.
On the campaign trail, Trudy Bush Valentine paints a contrast between her and her Republican opponent, Attorney General Eric Schmidt, for how they approached the pandemic.
That he was suing schools for mask mandates while I was giving a couple hundred vaccinations.
At a roundtable event Monday in Clayton,
Sorry, I shouldn't talk so much because I should be listening.
nurses vented about a laundry list of challenges left over after the pandemic shook the healthcare system to its core.
A lot of the nurses in the city of St. Louis and across Missouri have left to travel, to make more money. And when you come into a nursing home and the pay is minimal, there's really no desire to stay there when you know that you have bills to pay.
What do you see as a livable minimum wage?
Well, you know, what's been tossed around is $15 per hour.
People do not want to stay in a healthcare environment when you have someone who verbally assault you and insult you and belittle you, and you can just never get anything correct. And it's said in such a demeaning manner that when you clock out, you do not want to return.
While healthcare workers look for higher pay, many patients look to elected officials for lower costs.
I think the public option might be a possibility, but look, I think the only way we can keep expenses down is if we start keeping people healthy.
We're going to have a lot of very close races, and it's going to be me and world-renowned experts in data science and election tabulation research and election law, and we're going to be sort of pouring sort of nonstop in real time over all the election results as they flow in every national race in the country. At NBC on the decision desk, we obviously put in check marks, and when we're 99.5% minimum confident in being able to call a race. But a lot of races aren't going to be called for quite some time. Some of them may be days. And so we need to be able to tell our audience, tell our viewers, like sort of where the race stands. And so too early to call is usually it's early on in the night when we don't have enough data to really fully know where the race is going. It may be in a state like Pennsylvania where we have the mail ballots in, but we haven't seen the election day vote. And until we see that election day vote, we can't know, for example, if the race is actually going to be close or if there's going to be spread. Too close to call is when we've actually, analyzed the data, we've looked at our statistical models, and we are quite confident that the race will be closer than 5 points. And so usually that comes a little bit later in the night when we've, have good representation on the vote and can say with some certainty that this race is going to be tight. And so that's what we use we use the too close for that characterization.
Amendment 3 is very much a treat.
I think it's a treat.
It's a trick, not a treat.
House Republican Ron Hicks supports legal marijuana.
If alcohol is legal, why is this not?
But he strongly disagrees with baking this plan into the state constitution.
If they tomorrow lifted it as a Schedule I drug, but yet we passed this, it would be in our Constitution as an illegal drug. But yet everywhere else, it's not. If you have more than 3 ounces on you, that's illegal.
Hicks argues true legalization would remove limits on which businesses can sell it and how much you can buy.
There's no limit on how much beer I can put in the bed of my truck. It should be the same for this.
As long as you're within the possession limit, there is no possibility of, and you're over 21 years of age, there is no possibility of any kind of discipline from the state.
John Payne works for the campaign to pass Amendment 3 and says it would legalize sales in the future and forgive crimes committed in the past.
And that is something that Amendment 3 would do, is automatically expunge the records for people with minor marijuana offenses, with the exception of sales to minors, driving under the influence, and any offense involving violence.
Missouri police arrest roughly 20,000 people a year on suspicion of possessing marijuana. Medical dispensaries can only sell to the state's 200,000 patients with a medical card right now.
And the more we grow, the cheaper it gets.
Tom Bomarito predicts legal recreational cannabis could triple his customer base and help his company recoup the funds he invested to get it up and running.
Okay, once we get to rec, that makes most of these stores from losing money to maybe making some money. So the industry will stabilize. More growers will put on more weight, so prices will come down.
But if you ask the people working behind the counter,
that's actually going to be a little more mellow.
The marijuana market has power to do more than just boost a bottom line for a business or the state.
We're helping people break 40-year prescription painkiller habits.
Charlie Unger says cannabis can offer an alternative that might even save lives.
But my generation, it's no secret, I'm from St. Louis County, and the amount of funerals that I have been to from people that were pushed into opioid dependency is staggering.
The issue really of this campaign is inflation.
In early June,
I think the administration should be doing more.
And again in late August.
I don't understand how people are going to withstand this amount of inflation.
Voters voiced concerns about inflation to Republican Regan Deering and Democrat Nikki Budzinski.
One of the issues I support is freezing the federal gas tax until 2023.
Would you suspend the federal gas tax?
I think that's a great place to start for some immediate relief.
Both candidates running for Congress agreed on freezing gas taxes, but disagreed on how to spend that money.
Our infrastructure plan for our roads aren't nothing compared to what they were 20 years ago. They're falling apart.
We have the funding there. Obviously, the infrastructure bill came out.
Would you have voted for the infrastructure bill?
Well, I'm definitely someone that's going to vote for good bills that are going to create jobs in my district.
I didn't hear a specific answer, though. Would you have voted for the infrastructure bill?
Well, I'm not a current member of Congress.
But would you have voted if you were there?
And I didn't read all the pages. So
That's a
until it is going to be a hedge, because we have bills that are thousands of pages and get pushed through in a minimum number of hours.
So is it fair to say that at this point, many months after it has been signed into law, you remain undecided?
I do.
While Deering would not embrace President Biden's infrastructure plan, Budzinski said his Inflation Reduction Act doesn't go far enough.
Is that what you wanted to see the administration do, or does the White House still need to do more to curb inflation?
First, we need to be doing more. Absolutely. This administration should be doing more to tackle rising costs and bring down energy prices and gas prices. We should be capping the cost of insulin at $35. My Republican opponent, Regan Deering, does not support that.
Good evening and welcome to the Digital Decision Desk in our KSDK studios. I'm Mark Maxwell. Polls are closed in Illinois and Missouri just seconds ago. Election officials across the country are counting ballots, especially on the East Coast. Some of those races already decided in this decisive 2022 midterm contest. And as you can imagine, anticipation is in the air. Hundreds of polls leading up to this moment gave us small indicators of how public opinion might be shifting. Thousands of candidates put their very careers on the line, jumping into this public spotlight and risking the public scrutiny, all for this moment and chance at power. Tens of thousands of campaign workers joined them arm in arm on the campaign trail, volunteers rallying to their cause. Thousands more working as election judges and poll watchers to make all of this happen. Hundreds of thousands of people put up yard signs. You might have seen a few of those these last few months to show their support. Hundreds of millions of dollars flooded into their campaign coffers, all of it adding up to billions of minutes, literally, spent watching videos, reading articles, or listening to campaign speeches. All of that building up to this moment as America makes up its mind on which party in general and which candidates in particular should hold power for these next 2 years. We the people hold the keys to the highest offices in the land, and tonight we learn who you decided to give them to. Every time America votes in this national election, it's the single biggest undertaking of democracy in the Western Hemisphere. And reporting these results to you tonight is the single greatest act of journalism you'll see all year. We'll bring you those live up-to-the-minute results right here as you stay with us. We don't do that alone. Yes, there are journalists in our newsroom working, but also the Associated Press has more than 4,000 journalists, embedded reporters with campaigns and election officials across the country watching these results come in, analyzing them. Their editors are watching closely. They will only make a final call that a race is decided when the trailing candidate no longer has a mathematical path to victory. When the numbers show, not a candidate's declaration of victory, but when the numbers show a trailing candidate cannot mount a comeback, the Associated Press calls that race. At that time, we will declare a winner, and you will see that flash across your screen as you join us here on the 5+ app, on Amazon Fire TV, Roku, or on KSDK.com. You may also see other projections or predictions throughout the night. As I alluded a moment ago, you might see some candidates declare victory, another one concede. Those developments are, of course, newsworthy and noteworthy. We'll bring those to you as we have them. We're also going to watch these results develop with our big map. We're going to break that out along with our KSDK political analyst, Anita Mannion, who joins me now. Anita, it's great to have you with us.
Great to be here.
We're going to get into a lot of these results here in just a little bit, and we'll show you some of, in fact, I think we can try to start showing you some of how this map works. I'm going to pull this up here, and Jacob Kurth is working the switch. Ashley Brandmeier helping to produce this tonight. We're going to bring you all of these results. You can see now, just as polls close, the very first glimpse of the county-by-county breakdown of Trudy Bush Valentine and Eric Schmidt. That's the biggest prize at the top of the ticket in Missouri. Just across the, and you see here along this column, you follow the arrow on the right side of the screen. You can see the congressional districts. We'll click in there to see that district drawn for Democrats. We can also go back. You see right now how there's no coloration, no red or blue to be seen in the district. If we change this to 2020, just to give you an idea, you can see the turnout in last year's election 2 years ago. We'll go back to 2022, and we will wait for those results to come in. That'll give you some preview of what kind of data we can expect. We're looking in the suburbs of St. Louis to this district. Trish Gunby, the state Democrat, challenging incumbent Congresswoman Ann Wagner. We will have a lot more on that race as the night comes out. Once you get farther out into the suburbs, those are reliably Republican districts. That's the way they've been drawn, the voters that live there. But another big race we're watching tonight, a big contested race between George Haruza, a doctor there, and Senator McCreary. She is going to try and win that seat. We will watch that race closely. And statewide on the ballot, marijuana is Amendment 3. Will the Constitution be altered to allow legal recreational sale of marijuana in Missouri? Just across the river, we'll give you a quick look. The Senate race there between incumbent Democrat Tammy Duckworth and Republican Kathy Salvi. Also, you know the governor's race is a big one there. People are watching to see what the turnout will be in Chicago. You see low turnout in Chicago and Cook County. That's a good sign for Darren Bailey's campaign. That's what they want. We can compare and see how Darren Bailey does in correlation or in contrast with Donald Trump in 2020. We can look at places like Madison County or St. Clair County down here, again, just to give you a preview of some of those races. One other race I want to touch on quickly before we go to some of our reporters in the field, Nikki Budzinski and Regan Deering here in the 13th district. Take a look at how this district was gerrymandered. That's what the district looked like last year, just 2 years ago when Rodney Davis won that seat. It gets a lot skinnier and it stretches a lot longer. There you see that district changing. That's the power of the pen, the map drawing pen. All right, we're going to check in now with some of our reporters. We have reporters out in the field. Anita, what are some of the things you're looking to see, signs you're looking for from Eric Schmidt or Trudy Busch Valentine?
From Eric Schmidt and Trudy Busch Valentine, I am interested just to see what overall Missouri voter turnout is. That we had some changes in our election laws this year. So we had these 2 weeks of early voting. I voted early, but we also had changes in voter ID laws. So I'm interested to see what the overall turnout and enthusiasm is, particularly with that race top of the ballot.
Very good. We have Holden Kerwicki and Elise Schoenig with the Schmidt campaign. They're out there at the hotel, the watch party. We will hear from them in a few moments. Also not far from there, Justina Coronel is with Trudy Busch Valentine's campaign. We're going to queue up a little bit of what's at stake in this race for the Senate. Of course, people are watching nationwide. We're going to bring you local races throughout most of the night. But keep in mind, people are watching to see which direction the political winds are shifting nationwide, the balance of power up for grabs in the U.S. Senate. Just recently, Senator Dick Durbin, the Democratic Majority Whip, was in this neck of the woods, and he told us what was on the line when it came to that race. So we're going to hear from Dick Durbin. He analyzes that race in just a moment. But before we do, let's go to Holden Kerwicki, who is live at Team Schmidt, the Schmidt campaign headquarters. Holden, I believe, is joining us now. Holden, how are things looking out there? It looks like not quite a crowd, but the polls just closed.
Colleagues were just discussing that the crowd is fairly sparse out here. The doors opened at 6 o'clock, but there have been, some political pundits kind of making their way through the room, trying to do some last-minute stumping for Eric Schmidt. But overall, the vibe here in the room for the Schmidt supporters seems very positive at the time. The exit polls had them way up, and they're very excited about what could come later on tonight. Of course, Eric Schmidt is somebody who has crisscrossed the state over the last several weeks, but the one place he hasn't been is in front of a lot of local news cameras, preferring instead to settle for some of the more conservative national networks. He is expected to make an appearance here tonight. A lot of the supporters, again, are rooting for a big night here, and they're really right now glued to the TV watching some of the results come in from the East Coast in some of the states. Some disappointing, some cheers as some of those results come in early on. But overall, a very kind of slow night, if I had to break it down very early, Mark.
General will have some plans to speak to that crowd as the hotel fills up. I want to share with our audience, and Holden, stay with us here for just a moment. I want to share this first batch of votes from the western part of Missouri just reported from, it looks like the Kansas City area. Jackson County is the first to report some votes in the Senate race. Let's take a look at this map if we can pull that up. We are reporting right now that Trudy Busch Valentine is out to a very early lead with 60% of the votes that are reported in Jackson County. So that's news that they probably expected, an urban city center. That's a Democratic stronghold. And if we compare that to 2020, you see there, that's an area that, yes, Donald Trump won that county, but Joe Biden was competitive. So those are early votes. Those might have been votes cast early. And Holden, if you can give us any idea, you mentioned that message, sticking to the conservative media outlets. That might be something that played well with a lot of the rural Republican voters spread across parts of Missouri that Eric Schmidt is hoping to perform well with tonight.
That's exactly right, and that's actually something, as you mentioned, with some of these, early returns coming in from some of the more populous areas, Kansas City, St. Louis. That was to be expected with Trudy Busch Valentine to take an early lead in some of the more populous areas where there is a little bit stronger Democratic base. But the question that a lot of people in this room have been asking was whether or not she could turn enough voters in some of the more rural areas. And that's going to be something that we're going to really continue to watch play out all throughout the night until this race is called.
All right, Holden, the question on everyone's minds watching right now, they really want to know what's it like in the room. If you're there celebrating with Eric Schmidt, or you're there to take a part of his big watch party there, is it an open bar? Is it a cash bar? Is his campaign stingy? Are they making you pay for your drinks? What's the deal?
That one I don't know. There has been a lot of discussion here if we can get a water, because some political campaigns don't allow local media to even take a drink of water. So that's something a lot of people at home might not actually know. But there is a fairly nice spread here. They've got a bar over this way. I've seen quite a few people kind of congregating around. Another one has people walk in through the door, and then they're slowly starting to bring just a little bit of food in here. I think it's jokingly taunting some of us. A lot of us very hungry right now. But it is a very positive vibe in the mood right now. Again, there's always that nervous anxiousness on election day as people really watch for those early returns and for the polls to close. And that's kind of the one thing that I really note right now. There's a lot of optimism in this room, but there's always nervousness on election day until the final votes are counted.
All right, Holden Kerwicki, I know our Elise Schoenig is also there with you at the Schmidt campaign. We will continue to check in with you throughout the night, especially if we hear from the Attorney General, who, just as you mentioned, Holden, crisscrossed the state. Thanks for joining us. We'll check back in with him. We also have Justina Coronel joining us in a little bit, but what I want to do is go listen to Dick Durbin, the Senate Democratic Majority Whip, who just recently visited the Metro East and made his case explaining why he thinks Democrats do have a shot. We're going to take a look at that balance of power map as well in a story we just ran a few days ago. Take a listen.
I'm not going to assume the worst. I prefer to be an optimist and assume the best. I will tell you, though, that historically off-year elections are not kind to the president's party.
Senate Majority Whip Dick Durbin visited East St. Louis Thursday morning, hopeful Democrats can defend key turf against a Biden backlash.
What are the states you can pick up?
Well, there are a number of them. Pennsylvania is the first. I was just out in Pennsylvania last week with John Fetterman. I think he's got a good chance.
But polling shows momentum could be building on the Republican side, with Dr. Oz narrowly passing John Fetterman in an average of polls in Pennsylvania. If John Fetterman can stave off that resurgent Dr. Oz and flip that seat from red to blue, and if Democrat astronaut Mark Kelly can hold ground in Arizona, beating Republican Blake Masters, polls still show that Republicans would lead in races like Nevada, that's a blue seat right now, flipping to red, Wisconsin, keeping that seat red, and Herschel Walker neck and neck or barely leading Senator Raphael Warnock in Georgia. That right there would give Republicans control of the Senate. Polls show they could lead the House as well, which might raise questions about the lackluster spending we've seen from national Democrats backing Trudy Bush Valentine.
Have Democrats just surrendered Missouri?
I don't know. Missouri's a tough state. It always has been.
Durbin said the party funneled the bulk of its money into races where they saw the most upside.
We had limited funds and tried to prioritize the races that were the most likely to win.
And he defended President Biden from shouldering all the blame for rising inflation.
And when the oil companies are making record profits, while we're seeing these terrible impacts on families, it's unacceptable.
Durbin echoing the president's calls that democracy itself faces danger left in the wrong hands.
Election deniers have no place in the future of America. And the bottom line is this next election on Tuesday, November 8th, really is going to chart the future on basic freedoms for America and opportunities for American families.
There was the pitch down the stretch from Senate Majority Whip Dick Durbin. Anita Mannion, any thoughts on the Democratic hopes that they can hang on to control of the Senate?
Well, I think that Senator Durbin makes a good point. You know, I think had it been Eric Greitens as the Republican candidate and not Eric Schmidt, there might have been some investments from the national parties. But given that Missouri has trended since 2008 to such a red state that really we haven't seen that sort of outside influence, both parties seem to have given this up and are expecting Eric Schmidt to win.
And Justina Coronel is with the Democratic campaign where they made the case in the last few moments, these last few days leading up to the polls closing, that they still could have this outside shot. Justina Coronel joining us now from the headquarters. Justina, what are you thinking? What are you hearing? What can you tell us from the headquarters of the Trudy Bush Valentine campaign there?
Yeah, Mark. So the media doors opened at 4, but really the doors open for the crowds here at 7. And If you take a look behind me here, there's a live band, and I asked the communications director why the live band, and we learned that Trudy Bush Valentine loves music. So that's some brand new information I learned there, and I also asked a little bit more nuggets here as we're here at the watch party, and of course there's going to be a lot of Bush products, so no surprise there. But yeah, so as people are trickling in right now, we've learned also that Trudy Bush Valentine has been using all of this time today to be at the polls with the voters. At 5 o'clock, I was curious, where is Trudy? And her communications director tells me she was still at the polls talking to voters. At around 5:30, she was in Florissant with the mayor there. So she still isn't here yet, but we're hearing she'll be here soon. But right now, the music is going, and all because she loves music.
Karaoke for us tonight, Justina, but we are looking forward to hearing more about the campaign there and how it might all play out. Have you heard anything from, I'm hearing the live band there, it does sound like quite a rocket. Are they just getting started? What's going on? They're just doing a run through?
Yeah, so it seems like they're just trying to, get everything going. People really just started coming in right now, but we are hearing from her campaign party that they are feeling positive, even though some of the results are starting to roll in. They are feeling positive. And one thing that really stood out to me about this today was that even at 6 a.m., that when they were voting, her family, her kids, her husband were there. And apparently that's been something they've been doing all day, going to the polls together as a family. Now we know that has been something really important to her on her campaign trail, talking about some of her personal issues that she's had, losing her son 2 years ago and losing her first husband about 20 years ago. So, and I'm told the family motto is all for one and one for all. So big values on family, and I'm sure we're about to see her and her family come here soon.
All right, Justina, thank you for that report. We also have some more results we want to show you as we're going to continue to show you these developing results throughout the evening in Missouri. We take a look at the map here, and we can show you now that there has been another batch of votes reported from Lincoln County. You can see there that Eric Schmidt winning in that county, but when you zoom out to take a look at the entire part of the state, Trudy Bush Valentine still leading very early on. Again, very early. Anita, when you look at this map, are you expecting to see basically a mirror image of what we saw in 2020, where there was the big cities went Democratic and the rural parts?
The blue spots of St. Louis, Kansas City, and Columbia. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Springfield has been a little more pink than red, but generally we've seen that. I think a lot of people don't realize that until 2008, Missouri was really a bellwether state. We voted for Bush, we voted for Clinton, we voted for the winning presidential candidate. But in 2008, in the Obama election, we were the closest in the state, but went for McCain. And then since then, we've trended really red. So I do expect to see that same sort of map again.
We do want to check in on and you're going to see this map changing behind me as well. I'm going to move a little bit this way because I think what you're seeing is a check mark there. We can report at this hour, this early hour, just about 20 minutes after polls close, that the Associated Press is projecting J.B. Pritzker to win the re-election there in the governor's race. If you're watching on KSDK.com, you can see that again. That's a projection. So what they're doing there is they're taking all the available votes, they're comparing it to the voting turnout in prior elections, they're adding up the numbers, and they're saying, where is this race heading? They feel very confident. There's a high degree of confidence that J.B. Pritzker will win once all those votes are counted. So again, at this early hour, I saw a report online, Anita, that there's a confetti cannon in Chicago at J.B. Pritzker's campaign headquarters. We do have TV cameras there in Chicago, and we have a video feed. We hope to bring that to you throughout the night. Of course, they're probably waiting to see how more of these counties break down. Let's take another look at Chicago in the 2022. I mean, yeah, the Cook County has barely even started reporting the results there. That's far too, only 696 votes. They're just entering them into the machine. But when you look at the total part of Illinois, right now, Darren Bailey trailing by that margin. And we're going to have to wait until later in the night for more of those counties to give us a better idea. Let's go down the list here, though, and look at the Illinois Senate race. It looks like the Associated Press might also be projecting Tammy Duckworth will win that race. That was also expected. Polls showed that she would be out in front. Tammy Duckworth was 62% of the early vote count there. Any surprises, Anita?
wouldn't say so. We have 2 incumbent Democrats in a strong blue state, so I don't find this surprising. It's an early call, but probably not surprising to Illinois voters.
While we're in Illinois on this side of the river, we're going to go down and just see, it may be early, but the Secretary of State race, we're looking at that. That's Alexi Janulius, the former state treasurer who ran statewide for Senate against Mark Kirk, who Tammy Duckworth would later beat. But you're looking at that race, Alexi Janulius on the verge of a political comeback. It's still early, and Dan Brady is quite popular in central and southern Illinois, not just with Republicans, but with Democrats. That would be whoever wins this race is replacing the winningest politician in Illinois. That's Jesse White, who in his 80s, stepping away from life in the public spotlight and then public service. Now this contest still very early. We're looking at that race. Also the Attorney General's race. While we're in Illinois, just checking there, we're going to get back to Missouri in a moment. Again, this looks about consistent. Kwame Raoul, the incumbent Democrat, leading Tom DeVore, who, and Anita, this is one of the storylines we want to watch for tonight because you're going to get a very different perspective depending on what side of the Mississippi River you're on when it comes to the coronavirus. Tom DeVore, the Republican running for Attorney General, was in the courtroom challenging Governor Pritzker's lawsuits, saying we got to get rid of these mask mandates, get rid of vaccine mandates. He was suing at every turn. Right. In Missouri, it was the Attorney General doing that.
That's right.
And you see how the politics of those 2 states are quite different. How do you think COVID, everything we've all been through since the last 2 years, how is that going to change the electorate? What are the things you're looking for in the minds of voters or in the way the vote shakes out tonight that gives us some indication of how voters have weathered that storm?
I think for many of us, we want to think as COVID is in the rearview mirror, right? I mean, here we are in person in 2020. That was not the case for election coverage.
Beats a Zoom call.
It absolutely does beat a Zoom call. But for a lot of voters, particularly I think the ones who are more satisfied with their state's response, that might not be such a motivator. But for a lot of those parents and small businesses who were really frustrated by the shutdowns, I think that can still influence their votes. A lot of folks are still fired up about that.
If you're just now joining us in our live stream, we reported moments ago that the Associated Press is projecting, not yet declaring, but projecting J.B. Pritzker and Tammy Duckworth will both be reelected to fill second terms in their offices. We're going to check back in on the Illinois side of the map really quick at the comptroller's race. This is the office that cuts the checks, signs the checkbooks, all the checks rather, and manages the state's finances. Democrat Susana Mendoza winning that race early on in the night. We're going to get more there. As we take a look at the race for treasurer, again, that's a little bit closer. You see Mike Frericks is not in the 60% part. He's trailing some, but still holds a comfortable lead. All right, let's check in now with the 13th Congressional District. This is one that a lot of people are watching. If you look at that, I believe that's Macon County, or is that Sangamon? That's Sangamon County there. Those votes, that's a Democratic-leaning area. You got a lot of Democratic votes there, and so we are going to zoom out and take a look at the entire district. It looks like she's holding a lead just there, so there could still be some Republican votes to come balance out, fill in the rest of that district. All right, if we go back and look at Missouri, there's that race. We're going to continue to bring you these results all night long. The U.S. Senate race in Missouri at this point, NBC News, which has its own decision desk, telling us it is still too early to call. What I want to do at this moment is help give you a little bit more idea what goes into making up the decision from newsrooms and journalists across the country as they evaluate these races, look at the data. How do they do all that? I know there's a lot of questions, a lot of scrutiny, a lot of skepticism, curiosity even around how races are called, how long it can take. This is from the NBC News decision desk. Gives us a better idea of what goes into all these calculations. Take a listen.
We're going to have a lot of very close races, and it's going to be me and world-renowned experts in data science and election tabulation research and election law, and we're going to be sort of pouring sort of nonstop in real time over all the election results as they flow in every national race in the country. At NBC on the decision desk, we obviously put in check marks, and when we're 99.5% minimum confident in being able to call a race. But a lot of races aren't going to be called for quite some time. Some of them may be days. And so we need to be able to tell our audience, tell our viewers, like sort of where the race stands. And so too early to call is usually it's early on in the night when we don't have enough data to really fully know where the race is going. It may be in a state like Pennsylvania where we have the mail ballots in, but we haven't seen the election day vote. And until we see that election day vote, we can't know, for example, if the race is actually going to be close or if there's going to be spread. Too close to call is when we've actually, analyzed the data, we've looked at our statistical models, and we are quite confident that the race will be closer than 5 points. And so usually that comes a little bit later in the night when we've, have good representation on the vote and can say with some certainty that this race is going to be tight. And so that's what we use we use the too close for that characterization.
All right, that gives you some idea of how NBC News and its decision desk puts together all of these projections and builds out their statistical models. But Anita, I know you were tracking some of these local races. You're not going to see on our big map the breakdown of the specific St. Louis County executive race, for example, or the Board of Aldermen president race. Sure. But we
Two important races we're watching.
Big races, and we haven't even gotten to those yet. But we're seeing some early turnout numbers.
That's right. So St. Louis County, and first of all, I appreciate that clip you just showed. I think it's really important for people, especially in light of the 2020 controversy, to understand the hard work that folks who are reporting and analyzing the elections and the folks who run elections do to make sure that they're safe and secure and we have accurate results. And in St. Louis County, they're wonderful. A big shout out to Eric Fay and Rick Stream, the directors there, at providing data, being very transparent. And so they have, so far, they don't have the results, but they have the numbers of voter turnout. And it looks like we have about 57% voter turnout in St. Louis County today, which is pretty good for a midterm, but 2018 was a historic turnout.
We're grading on a curve, sort of.
Right. I mean, 50% is kind of what we would expect. That's not good for me. I like it to be a lot higher.
You'd like it to be not closer to 90, maybe.
Yeah,
maybe unrealistic.
Let's get those Australian numbers in the 90%. But in 2018, St. Louis County was 69%. So we're down from that historic turnout, but still pretty good turnout for the county.
Those are interesting numbers. We're going to keep an eye on that. We want to go back really quick to Illinois because that's one of the first races we can project. The Associated Press projecting that Governor J.B. Pritzker has defeated his Republican challenger, Darren Bailey. But what led up to this moment? Anita's going to provide some analysis for us, break down some of what you're about to hear. But I want to highlight some moments that stood out on their debate stage. Governor Pritzker and Darren Bailey clashing over culture, the classroom, curriculum, matters about sex and race and religion, all of that boiling over in their debate. Watch.
Can we not have interruptions?
In a contentious debate, Governor J.B. Pritzker and Republican challenger Darren Bailey sparred over root causes of crime.
Voters,
the people have to know that you're lying to them. And I've got a new name for Chicago. I'm going to call it Pritzkerville. Chicago is the nightmare called Pritzkerville.
Darren Bailey just showed you that he has no plan to address crime in Chicago. He wants to throw Chicago out of Illinois, calls it a hellhole.
Moderators asked Bailey what Black Lives Matter means to him.
It means that every life matters. And unfortunately, J.B. Pritzker, during his 4 years in office, has created so much division and hate in this state with racial ideas and ideology.
Senator, do you have a specific example of his racial ideology?
Well, the simple fact that this all started when he didn't control the crime in the early days of the corruption and some of the stuff that was taking place in Chicago.
Darren Bailey has surrounded himself with racist, misogynistic, homophobic, xenophobic people and organizations, including chasing after the chief among them, Donald Trump.
His gender issues are so extreme, he tries to inject them in our schools.
He shouldn't be let anywhere near education policy or education funding. He runs a school that teaches kids that women are inferior to men, that slave owners
Governor Pritzker, now that's too far.
I'm not going to tell you again not to interrupt.
That's too far. I don't know of where that's at, if it was ever in that curriculum, but it is J.B. Pritzker who's bringing CRT issues and cultural issues into our schools.
CRT is not taught in schools in Illinois. It just is not. He's making that up.
And that is a look at the debate that transpired between Governor J.B. Pritzker and his Republican challenger, Darren Bailey. Pritzker projected to be defeating Darren Bailey. Anita Mannion, you heard that debate there. Well, we see part of the result.
Yeah, that's right. I think it's important to keep in mind in this race that in some ways Pritzker helped select his opponent, right?
Mhm.
He put out those ads that were like, Bailey's too conservative, he's too aligned with Trump during the primary, because Bailey was a more controversial candidate that he thought would be easier to beat in the general election. That seems to have proven to be true, but I think what that also means is I wouldn't be surprised if we see some ticket splitting. Some of those other statewide races in Illinois might not be as big of a margin as the governor's race.
And you bring up a really fascinating point, especially in this national conversation about democracy, election deniers. Early on, of course, you had Darren Bailey get the endorsement of Donald Trump.
Right.
That happened during the primary as well, and you saw him win. Governor Pritzker made a big point out of highlighting that Darren Bailey and Donald Trump are on the same, they're cut from the same cloth, so to speak.
Right.
And we saw how that worked out.
Which may have been appealing to Republican primary voters, but maybe not to statewide general election voters.
And we're going to have other chances across the country to look at which of those races where Democrats picked what they perceived to be a weaker candidate, but a more Make America Great Again, MAGA-style, Trump-style candidate. Are there any of those candidates that actually make it across the finish line into elected office? And then there's going to be that post-mortem. Well, how much responsibility do Democrats claim for boosting their profile?
That's right. And I think, you know, this year too, we're watching, if we look at the national races, Secretary of State races and others more than we normally would, because those are the folks who will be running the elections.
All right. In Maryland Heights, our Elise Schoening is standing by. The Eric Schmidt campaign is still watching these results come in. And Elise, at this moment, some of the results that we're seeing are not yet decisive. It's still too early to say. In fact, with just a small trickle of the votes that we've expected to come in, they still show Trudy Bush Valentine out in front. Of course, that doesn't match what we've seen in the polling just yet, so it's still early. Has the mood changed at all? What are you seeing down there?
Yeah, you know, Mark, you could definitely say that mood has changed. You can probably even hear it too. In just the last, 45 minutes or so, we've watched this room certainly pick up. You can see now just behind me here, there are a lot of people who are gathered talking. They're eating some food. The music has definitely been turned up in here. Like I said, just bringing some life to everything here, certainly indicating that some of these supporters here aren't really too concerned about the numbers that we do have, that you just said we do have so far. Like I said, they're definitely just here together, ready for this race to be called. Like I said, again, the room has just started to kind of pick up. I think there's a lot to be said about the energy in the room on big nights like this, obviously. And I think the energy here really is just buzzing. It's kind of fitting with some of the confidence that some of the supporters here that I've talked to are saying they're having, that the Attorney General is going to be the person who pulls through for them. And they're certainly here just backing their support, and their ambience of the room is definitely indicating some of that as
Elise,
well.
I might have some follow-up questions for the Attorney General. I know on the campaign trail he pitched himself as a working man carrying a Busch Light, but they're drinking red wine. I think some pinkies are raised in the shot behind you there. It's a classy soiree happening.
Yeah, it's funny. We're all the crews here, I think, are coming together, trying to, eye the food and eye the lineup and just see what they've got here for sure. They've just actually started to put some more stuff out here in just the last, 10 or 20 minutes or so. I know you mentioned that being a follow-up that you had in mind for sure there, Mark.
Asking the tough questions. We want to know what's in their glass, of course. But Elise, thanks for. Are there any other indications from the campaign that you've picked up on, the types of messages that he might want to rally the troops with, or has he written a concession speech? Is he prepared for the worst?
Yeah, Mark, so we haven't exactly narrowed down just exactly, his kind of remarks here coming soon or any of his indicators toward his speech, but I did talk to a couple of people on his campaign team. I talked to the sort of a women advocacy group for Schmidt, right? And so something that they were pulling through with, something they were actually particularly saying they hoped that, some of the swing voters would potentially turn toward, is that many of the issues he's rallying around, this is their exact words here, they believe are issues that affect everyone. So safety, inflation, she was telling me, this representative from his campaign that advocates for women, that she believes that she hopes that women especially will be able to come and see how this issue affects everybody, and she hoped that that was something that anyone kind of in that gray area, swing voters, would wrap their heads around in their decisions today as well.
It's also interesting, Elise, that he's in the suburbs of St. Louis near his home, but that's another area that was very affected by the pandemic. Elise, we're going to let you go for now, but thank you for joining us with that report. I want to turn now to Anita Mannion, who has some analysis of what this race has meant. We saw Attorney General Eric Schmidt really combat the local COVID restrictions, and we alluded to that earlier. And down the stretch, he was again highlighting. He said in one of his campaign stops just yesterday, "You know me from the lawsuits." You know, that was one of the ways he really built his Republican street cred, wasn't it?
It was. To paraphrase him previously, what do? I wake up and I sue Joe Biden, right? And so he was able to leverage that role as Attorney General and the many lawsuits he filed into a springboard and a platform for his Senate campaign.
We want to take another look at the map of Missouri to see how that Senate race is shaking out. You can see it now on the screen. Trudy Busch Valentine out to an early lead, 54.7% of the vote. Again, you're seeing those counties colored in, showing some of where those votes come from. If we look at this heat map, as we look at the heat map, just so you know, it should be intuitive, but the deeper shade of red, the darker red, that's the deeper Republican turnout. The darker the blue, the more Democrats turned out and won there. The closer to that translucent color where it's almost see-through, that's going to be a tighter contest. But if you have a big, high population area like you have here, even a light shade of blue might deliver a big batch of votes. That 3,000 vote margin, that's what's carrying Trudy Busch Valentine so far. Also, I want to point out something in the top right of your screen. You see 1% reporting and 5% of the estimated vote total. Well, what does that mean? We've told you before how it used to be that we were very accustomed to counting the vote by precincts, the number of precincts reporting. If there were 100 precincts and 100 precincts reporting, well, that was 100% of precincts reporting. But there are newer habits developing since COVID. Let's face it, things changed. So you might have one precinct that reported their results from the ballots cast at the precinct, right? That was the in-person vote total. That doesn't mean they counted all their early votes or their absentee ballots. So it doesn't necessarily, even if we said 100% of precincts reporting, all of those people who voted at a vote anywhere location or who voted early, they wouldn't necessarily be in that batch. So what we've done instead is go to this estimated vote total to give people a better idea how many ballots went out the door, how many ballots returned, and that's the number we're trying to get at throughout the night.
Yeah, and you asked about COVID earlier. Obviously, there was some controversy as votes were tallied in 2020 because they did come in different batches depending on how you voted. And in the United States, each state has different laws and rules about when they can process those ballots, when they can start tabulating them. We're fortunate here in Missouri that they can start processing, getting those ballots ready to tabulate in advance of Election Day and then tabulate them on Election Day. So we expect to have our results tonight. Where some other states, it's going to be a longer process. For example, if your ballot could be postmarked by today, then that might mean it won't arrive till the end of the week. So depending on where you live, the votes might come in slower.
And I think that creates some natural frustration for people who say, well, wait a minute, we're in a world where we get information very quickly. Right. We have all this technology. Why can't we know it now? Well, there are some states who allow, for example, county election clerks and election officials to take early votes and manually run them through the ballot tabulator. They don't press the button to total it up because they don't want any of those numbers to leak.
That's right.
If they leaked, then the other campaigns could hurry and scramble and campaign and try to fix the gap and close the gap. But in Pennsylvania, the law doesn't allow that.
Right.
In Wisconsin and some other key states. So when you're watching these races and you're thinking to yourself, well, why can't we know those totals sooner? When all the early vote totals became more popular, people were voting earlier, they were voting by mail. Right. That means at 7 o'clock, people have to physically open envelopes, shove ballots through these machines, and that just takes time.
It does. It's a time-consuming process. So our laws in Missouri allow us to get those numbers earlier, but different states have different processes, and so we just have to be patient. I'd rather take a little more time and have accurate results than rush this process.
I am told that we do have some results from the race for the St. Louis County Executive. Again, these are the absentee vote totals, so these aren't going to be the full batch of everyone in St. Louis County, but Anita and I, we were just discussing how the pandemic shifted the way people think about local officials, and few people in our region bore the brunt or wore the jacket of COVID pandemic restrictions more so than Sam Page. Here's a look at the absentee, I'm told this is absentee vote totals in St. Louis County. There may be other votes mixed in there, but you're seeing Sam Page, the Democrat incumbent, out to an early lead. But that is, I believe that's a small number of votes reporting as well. And we're also getting absentee numbers just in from the City Board of Aldermen president race. I'm not sure if those are ready. Those might be ready as well. Let's take a look. Megan Green with 41%, Jack Coder with 58%. When you look at those, these are absentee ballots. Does that tell you anything about where the race is headed, or is it too early?
I think it's too early. It's interesting, in 2020, we know that the Republican Party headed by Donald Trump was very discouraging of mail-in and early voting, even though in some ways that have favored Republicans before. And so those early votes largely went Democrat. This year in Missouri, a lot of our early voting was in person, and we don't know which candidates or parties that will favor. So I think that will be one of our interesting lessons learned from tonight.
All right, thank you for joining us. We want to check in really quickly if we have any of these numbers on Amendment 3. Will Missouri legalize recreational marijuana? Something a lot of people are watching carefully. And there you can see a close margin. You only need 50% plus 1 for yes. That's a low bar. I think most states would tell you you need a much higher threshold if you want to actually change the state's constitution. In Missouri, it's pretty easy as long as you get the petition out there, get the word out there, and spread it. Let's take a look at where these votes are coming from. Again, it's early, but we look at that heat map. It's pretty close. Most of these counties, it looks like it's going right along the 50% margin, just in favor of legalizing recreational marijuana. And Anita, several states have already done this. There was a big fight at the last minute. A lot of pro-marijuana legislators, policymakers, argued against this.
That's right.
They said, you should either legalize all amounts or expunge all prior crimes. And they didn't like the way the money was split up. And there was just a few things that they didn't want to put in the Constitution because it makes it that much harder to change down the road.
Yeah, there was a bill in the state house that had bipartisan support, and most supporters of marijuana legalization thought it was actually better than Amendment 3, but it never got a vote in the state Senate. And so this ballot initiative, a lot of the folks behind this are people who are already benefiting from medicinal marijuana and those dispensaries and are interested in expanding to recreational. And so some people feel like it unfairly advantages those folks who already have their foot in the door. And so it's going to be interesting. I would have assumed this would pass, but now with the pushback from some liberals, we'll have to see how it goes.
You can see there, we're not getting very much of a picture of that first congressional district. That's where Cori Bush, the incumbent, is trying to win re-election. We don't have much to report for you there. If we zoom out to look at the second congressional district, again, the vote totals not yet coming in to populate there. If we look at this district, it looks like Blaine Lutkemeyer, the incumbent congressman, is out to an early lead. Again, some of those vote totals just coming in. But again, look at the way this district changes. When we look at last year, 2020, look at that big red block. Now look at what happens when we look at the new district, the way it's been gerrymandered. You can see the outline of it there. That's a different district than it once was. But Blaine Lutkemeyer looks like he's out to an early lead at this point. I want to go back and look at this. Our managing editor, Rob Edwards, is working behind the scenes to give us a better look at the St. Louis City race. This is where Jack Coder and Megan Green are going to fight for the second most powerful position in city government. This would be either a check on Tashara Jones' agenda if Jack Coder wins, or it would be a green light to push the progressive agenda through. Jack Coder is winning, but our managing editor, Rob Edwards, reports that just 9.5% of registered St. Louis City voters cast an absentee ballot this year. So you can vote absentee for any reason at all in Missouri. You don't have to have an excuse per se, but just about 10%. How does that match with your expectations, and what does that tell you maybe perhaps about who would be among that batch of voters? Do we know?
Well, I would guess that they are probably pretty informed voters because this is a brand new process in Missouri. It wasn't in place for even our August election. And so it's something new for voters to know about. So those would probably be your most engaged voters. I would also point out that this is two Democrats facing off because that's the way that approval voting in St. Louis City works now. So this isn't a Republican and a Democrat, it's two Democrats.
Right, and we're taking information in from all over as we get cues in my ear, and you'll see some of that happening behind the scenes. Right. We're doing it live, so we're getting that input just now. It is interesting to watch, but Jack Coder's strategy was, yes, he's a Democrat. He had some unions backing him, some of the trades especially. A lot of the developers, a lot of the big business was backing him, and it was almost as if he was almost banking on whatever Republicans live in St. Louis City to be in his corner against the progressive and kind of trying to work that middle lane. Is there still a big middle lane in St. Louis, the city?
I don't know if I'd say a big middle lane.
A narrow middle lane, perhaps.
Yes.
An alley.
We've looked at the margins with which Cori Bush has won in that area. So I would say more of an alley, but we have seen Lewis Reed and other more moderate Democrats win that area. So that's certainly what Coder's hoping for.
Let's take another look at the Missouri Senate race, the biggest prize on the Missouri ballot today, and we see more votes come in, and as they do, as expected, Eric Schmidt is racking up a higher vote total as more of those counties flip red. Again, I think few people would expect more than 3 to 5 counties to end up in Trudy Bush Valentine's favor, but those are the most populous counties in the state. So if she can really run up her totals there, then perhaps she has a chance. We caught up with Trudy Bush Valentine just in the last 48 hours or so before polls closed, and we asked her, what's your path to victory? How can you pull this off? How can you win? And her campaign sort of whispered, well, we think that maybe the pollsters got it wrong. And you've heard that before, right? Yes. But they had a really good reason, a really compelling reason why. They said maybe the pollsters just missed all that energy, the big spike after the Dobbs decision. Perhaps that was something pollsters, do you have any idea how well pollsters can really zero in, not just on the level of outrage over something, but how many people are sort of feeling that way?
We've seen some of the polling on that. I think as we get further out from that decision, maybe some of the energy has depleted. I think something that might be going against that hypothesis that the Trudy Bush Valentine team has is voter turnout in St. Louis County. If it were at 70% like it was in 2018, we might think there's the energy there, but we're not seeing that. We saw 57%. So that doesn't bode as well for that hypothesis.
Let's take a listen to Trudy Bush Valentine and Eric Schmidt, in their own words, discuss this issue of abortion, how they thought it might impact the race, and the type of rhetoric, the type of message they use to connect with voters on the issue of abortion down the stretch.
Democracy is a big, important issue throughout Missouri. Your ability to vote, our sacred voting rights are always important. The ability for women to choose the health care that she needs is important. A lot of people are against abortion, but I think most people understand that a woman needs to be able to make her own choice.
Any sort of support for a nationwide abortion ban that you would come out?
I'd be happy to look at it. I'm not going to answer any hypotheticals about what legislation looks like before I get there. But, you know, in general, I think these issues should be left up to the states.
In general, Eric Schmidt thinks abortion issues should be left to the states. The question there was, do you support Lindsey Graham's 15-week national abortion ban, which would be more lax than the abortion restriction Eric Schmidt adopted and passed in Missouri. So 6 of one hand, half a dozen of the other. I mean, I don't know that that question framed the way it was really got us much of an answer. If he says leave it to the states.
I think what we can extrapolate from that is that he maybe doesn't think that the trigger ban that Missouri put into place and that he very proudly touted at the time is a winning issue in the general election. So I think he, like many Republicans, have sort of softened their language on this for the primary election.
All right, we're going to take a quick break in just a moment. Before we do, we want to show you the latest numbers in the Illinois race for governor. We already know that the Associated Press has said that J.B. Pritzker is projected to win that race. Of course, we hope to hear from his campaign when he gives a speech, a victory speech later tonight from his campaign headquarters in Chicago. But I think we have those numbers of the latest vote total showing where the vote total stands right there. And you see that's not an insignificant number from the Libertarian Scott Schluter. Those are voters that Darren Bailey very much hoped to get. Those are votes that will not help him in his outcome. Again, it's still early. a lot of votes left to be actually counted. But we can tell you tonight that both Tammy Duckworth and Governor J.B. Pritzker are projected to return to office and swear the oath of office again in January after early wins projected tonight. All right, we're going to be back with a lot more election coverage and the second hour, another hour and a half to go, Anita. As these
Are we going to get some of that red wine here?
Yeah, we're going to see if we can get a direct line, maybe a really long straw to Eric Schmidt's campaign there. But this second hour, don't go away after this break because we're going to get a lot more decisive results as the tallies start. This is usually that hour where things really heat up. We'll be right back.
At Today in St. Louis, we focus on what matters most in the morning.
Local! More local.
Local coverage and the latest news that affects you. Local weather with our Just Right forecast. And local traffic that's right on time. From your family to your pocketbook to your health. At Today in St. Louis, your morning is our focus because no story matters more than the one that affects you. Today in St. Louis, focused on you. At 5 on Your Side, we put weather first.
Look how high the water was. Is there somebody in there?
It impacts your commute, your job,
half of the building is destroyed,
your family. For the Weather First team, you and your community, that's our priority. The most accurate, always first. The 5 on Your Side Weather First team, focused on you. At Today in St. Louis.
And welcome back. It is our election night special here from the Digital Decision Desk. 2022, America has cast its votes. We are in the process of reporting those vote totals. They've been counted by election officials in the process of counting them all over. Anything that stands out to you so far? I know it's still early. We're getting a look at where these vote totals come out, but anything that jumps off the page at you?
No, I think, as we're interpreting the results that come in, looking at that Missouri Senate race is a great example of it. Depends on which precincts we hear from first, right? Because I don't expect that Trudy Bush-Valentine lead to hold. And so I'm interested as we continue to see different jurisdictions report, what is voter turnout in Missouri? I want it to be, like we said earlier, 90%. I'm guessing it's going to be more like 50%, but I think that will tell us some of is there energy around the abortion issue? Is there energy around legalization of marijuana? How is that playing out across the state?
And we are going to bring those results to you. We expect a lot of developing news to become more concrete in this next hour or hour and a half. We're going to go right through the tape at 9:30 before our news broadcast, where you can watch us give you the latest on KSDK on Channel 5. Until then, we thank you for joining us. She's Anita Mannion, our political analyst. I'm Mark Maxwell. We're also told that in the next few moments, we're going to hear from St. Louis Mayor Tashara Jones, who is standing by at the campaign headquarters with Trudy Bush-Valentine. That Senate race, the Democrat there, hoping against all hope that maybe they can pull off an upset somehow. We're going to hear from Mayor Jones tonight. Of course, we know she's backing Megan Green in the Board of Aldermen president race. She's sort of made a name for herself and has this unique moment to sort of reconfigure the political landscape in the city of St. Louis. Mayor Tashara Jones does.
Absolutely.
The federal indictments that came down sort of felled some of her political foes. Is this a test tonight of just how badly St. Louis voters want to see the Tashara Jones agenda pushed through City Hall?
Yeah, it will be interesting. Do voters really come out to support that in terms of Megan Green, who says, that the mayor herself asked Megan to run? Or is it like we see in other circumstances where maybe they want someone who will push back on that agenda in Jack Coder? So I think that will tell us something about how St. Louis voters are feeling and what issues are most important to them right now.
Alderman Oldenburg just recently said that he felt there was a shift in public sentiment as there's been conversation around crime or the city's services. Right. He felt like there was a retreat of the progressive left, in his words, and we'll see tonight in those results as we will continue to bring them to you. In fact, let's check in on that race between Megan Green and Jack Coder, something many people in the city are watching to see who will be the second most powerful politician in the city. I think we have some of those updated vote totals we can bring you here as the early vote. It looks like that hasn't moved very much. It's still right around there. As we go over to Sam Page versus Mark Mantovani, again, it's right around 12% reporting in St. Louis County. Let's check in on that race. We can show you where Mark Mantovani, he was the Democrat. Now he's running as a Republican to see if he can capitalize on some of the coronavirus frustrations against Sam Page, who was in the front page of many stories about the pandemic and the safety protocols there. Mark Mantovani holding his own, but still a long way off, down 17 points in that race. We also have some new results in the congressional district where Cori Bush represents right now, the 1st congressional district in St. Louis City and the county. We're zooming in on that area of our map just now. If you look along with us on our big board in the map, we will zoom in and show you this congressional district right here. You can see the turnout there, 76%. That's a little bit lower than where she was in 2020. Let's go back and look at where Cori Bush did. Still early, too early to predict the outcome. So that's 2020, and she's just about on par with some of that turnout right there. Let's compare this if we can. I don't know if we can compare it from here. We might not be able to. But Cori Bush holding a strong lead. Again, this district is something that Democrats just packed as, I should say this, Republicans packed as many Democrats into this district as they could when they were drawing the map. Does the Republican have any chance?
No.
That's your analysis. One word, analysis from Anita Mannion. No is the answer. As we zoom out to take another look, again, some of those St. Louis County and city vote totals showed up. Let's take a look at our heat map here to see where. You see that darkest shade of blue so far on the map. That's, again, St. Louis County, the most populated county in all of Missouri. That is going to skew the results in her favor. I mean, she has the lead, a big lead. You look at that gap, almost 30,000 here. We can draw around this number right here, Eric Schmidt trailing by nearly 30,000 votes in St. Louis County. That is going to skew this map. You're going to need a lot of those smaller red counties. I mean, you know, you have a total of 1,800 votes there. You're going to need a lot of those to catch up with St. Louis County.
Yeah, there are about 750,000 registered voters in St. Louis County. And that's part of the reason Trudy Bush Valentine needed those numbers to be really high, the voter turnout to be high there. Because for Democrats in Missouri, you have to run up the numbers in those blue spots and then try to get not too bad of losses in the suburban and exurban areas.
Look at this too. You saw Eric Schmidt. We're going to go back to that map. Look at the city of St. Louis. Again, these are just absentee votes, but 12%
yes.
for Eric Schmidt.
And that's why I said Cori Bush is not going to lose.
Right, because you're seeing that there. That number, 13,000 votes, I mean, that's a big gap. Now, what does that tell you about the way he campaigned? Down the stretch, the NAACP took issue with some of the advertisements that the Schmidt campaign was running. They said they didn't like the themes. He was showing a lot of black elected officials, talking about crime, really, I mean, running that sort of messaging. It didn't work in the city of St. Louis.
No, it didn't. So if you're saying, you know, I'm tough on crime and maybe that'll resonate with city voters, it certainly did not.
Is there a broader strategy, you think, as the NAACP suggested, that by attacking St. Louis, it's more popular in Joplin?
Sure. You know, outstate Missouri, there is a lot of animosity towards St. Louis. And this isn't just a Missouri phenomenon. It's sort of that rural-urban divide we've seen exacerbated over the last several years.
All right. We are going to hear from our Justina Coronel and Mayor Tashara Jones in just a moment. They are reporting from that headquarters where Trudy Bush Valentine is watching these results come in. We do hope to hear from the mayor in just a few moments as we watch that feed. For now, let's go back across the river to Illinois. We're going to look at the vote totals here for the Senate race, where Tammy Duckworth is projected to defeat Kathy Salvi, the Republican there. Tammy Duckworth, the Associated Press, is projecting will win that race. You can see more of these votes come in our map right now. The county-by-county breakdown is starting to fill in the map of Illinois from north to south. You're seeing in Sangamon County in the central part of the state where Tammy Duckworth has performed quite well. Also in some of the collar counties, there's early votes not in yet, but those maps are shaded blue. We can show you some of those districts on our statewide map, which shows us a little bit more of that breakdown. And there it is. We're looking right now at Will County, which is Joliet, just south of Chicago. You look at Cook County. Tammy Duckworth really running up the vote total there. We look at the whole state and take off the heat map, you can see more clearly. Now, in races where Republicans win in Illinois, they really need to have a clean sweep of 101 of the state's 102 counties. They can afford to lose Cook County, where most of the votes are, a big bulk of the votes are, but they can't afford to lose many counties outside of that. Anytime you see those counties looking blue like that, Really bad news for a statewide Republican in Illinois. All right, we are going to check back in with South St. Louis. It looks like Mayor Jones is up on stage now, and we're going to go listen to the mayor of St. Louis, Tashara Jones, speak to supporters of Trudy Bush Valentine about what's at stake, not only in the balance of power in the Senate, but in St. Louis and Missouri. Let's listen in.
Tonight, this will be the first time in Missouri history that we send a nurse to the U.S. Senate. And I endorsed Trudy in the primary, and I caught a lot of flack. Why did you endorse Trudy? I said, because I believe in her. When I had a chance to talk to her and get to know her, I knew that she cared and had a passion that no other candidate had. And when I talk to young people about running for office and they ask, what kind of qualifications do you need to run for office? I said, you just need to care about people. That's the only qualification that you need to run for office. And we know that Trudy is not in this for fame. She's not in this for fortune. She's not in this to go to another office as a stepping stone, because we know that our current senator has done nothing but use this as an office so he could run for the White House or whatever he wants to do. We want people in the U.S. Senate who care about us, who care about Missouri, and who care about our urban centers. And at one point during the campaign, I didn't know who Eric Schmidt was running against. Was he running against Trudy or was he running against me? Because I was all over his commercials. and false, right? I think he got 4 Pinocchios for that crazy ad that he ran saying that I wanted to defund the police and, I'm a radical or whatever that is. But you know what? I'm radical when it comes to my city. I'm radical when it comes to caring about people. I'm radical when it comes to wanting people to thrive. And I know that Trudy is too. And if that makes us a radical, then we'll be that. We'll be that. So I am just so happy to see that all of you are here tonight supporting Trudy and supporting her candidacy, because this was a long road for her to step up. And we thank her so much for stepping up and running at a time when this country needed people like Trudy to run for public office. Can we give Trudy a round of applause so she can hear us wherever she is? And
all right, that's
Mayor
Tashara Jones. You're hearing her give some remarks at the campaign headquarters for Trudy Bush Valentine, speaking in sort of a comfortable, freewheeling way, firing back at Attorney General Eric Schmidt, the mayor of St. Louis, feeling quite comfortable in her campaign speech, if you will, there. Anita Mannion is joining me on the decision desk, the digital decision desk, as we turn to analyze part of what we just heard. It seems like she was watching this race and felt some of the pressure, but brushes it off from Eric Schmidt.
Yeah, I think that, if anything, she was calling him out for focusing on her in ads and for some of the other ads that we've already discussed. It might play well in that room. I'm not sure how much, at this point, it's not going to affect the election results, right?
Yeah, but you wonder about her own ambition when she sort of takes a shot at somebody who is expected, I think, by most people to be the next senator of Missouri. But she holds her punches when it comes to the governor, because the governor of Missouri can affect the city of St. Louis.
That's right.
A U.S. senator is an easy punching bag because they can't really hit back.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment. And it could be entirely possible that Tashara Jones has other aspirations. So far, the Democrats have not had a very strong lineup for statewide races. So maybe she's planning on being part of that bullpen.
You see the difference there in how comfortable she feels just speaking and going on the attack. Even Trudy Bush Valentine was very careful on the campaign trail. I saw her even behind the scenes sometimes sort of workshop. How should I say it? I don't want to offend anybody. How do I say this just right? Trying to appease everyone. And I don't know that she was very comfortable in her own skin or that she was very rehearsed.
It was disappointing to me that we didn't see our Senate candidates debate. I think there are a number of reasons for that. But also Trudy Bush Valentine, had the opportunity to sort of develop some of those skills during the primary election, and she didn't. We didn't see her doing a lot of town halls, interfacing in informal ways with voters, or talking to the press a lot. So I think she was still building those skills. And unlike Tashara Jones, who's in super Democratic St. Louis City, Trudy Bush Valentine has to appeal to Missouri voters statewide. So I think she has to toe that line a little bit more.
Yeah, we're going to get into some of the messaging that might have worked for Eric Schmidt or the Republicans nationwide in just a moment, how they really seized on inflation to pin that squarely on Joe Biden. But in listening to Tashara Jones right there and listening to Eric Schmidt last night, two different parties, two very different politicians, but there's a common thread in the way they defend their city or their state. Our voters are the forgotten ones.
Yeah.
There's this sense of grievance. In Eric Schmidt, it's saying the rural Republicans are forgotten.
Right.
I'm going to stand up for them. We're going to go to Washington and stick up for them. Well, right there with Tashara Jones, you just heard it. She was saying, you can't, trash talk our city like that. These are my people. Cori Bush, I think, wraps herself very much in the same struggle of the city.
Big time. Yeah, Cori Bush puts St. Louis front and center in everything she says and does, like her or don't like her. I think that grievance has become more, it's always been a political strategy, but more and more so. I think Donald Trump really capitalized on that I'm out there fighting for you, nobody else is, folks who are left behind. And so Republicans have really jumped on that message. And then, for Tashara Jones, I think there are, St. Louis City voters, voters of color, who also feel left behind. And so then they're both using that message, but for different groups of people.
No matter where you are, you feel the pinch of inflation. You see what it costs at the grocery store, the checkout lane, the gas pump. And that's something that Republicans seized on nationwide as they built their message and their campaign platforms, trying to push into the halls of power in Congress. We're going to take a listen at what Josh Hawley, the incumbent senator, and Eric Schmidt, the attorney general, told their voters, their supporters, and reporters at an event just last night about inflation. But we're going to challenge them a little bit. Listen to this question, this back and forth. We've heard a lot of that blame laid at the president's feet, President Biden's feet, for his energy policy, when in fact we know that a lot of things factor in. Right now, inflation is something being experienced across the globe. In fact, many countries have much higher inflation than we have here in the United States. So we put those facts, those questions, to Senator Hawley and Attorney General Eric Schmidt just last night and see how would they respond. And true to fashion, as a politician would, they kind of tuned out the politics of other countries and focused on the pain people feel here.
If the Biden energy policy is a key driver of inflation, why is inflation so much higher in most of the rest of the world?
Listen, I'm going to speak to what's going on when I talk to people and what's actually going on here in the United States. We've never seen an administration more hostile to energy exploration and production than we see right now. You put that on top of the trillions and trillions of dollars we're spending at the federal government that we don't have. That's why everything's more expensive. At the grocery store, at the pump, you see inflation for natural gas prices are going through the roof. So what we ought to do is control the spending and open up energy production in this country.
Open up American energy production. We need to produce our own energy in this country. We were energy independent just 2 years ago. We need to open it up full throttle, put American energy workers back to work on the pipelines, on the rigs, fracking. We need to get energy prices down. We can do it if we would open it up. I think that'll be one of the first things that we put on Joe Biden's desk.
What role is corporate greed having in driving inflation?
It doesn't have nearly the role that energy policy has. I mean, listen, I'm sure there is greed out there, but you want to know what drove American energy prices up, drove up both energy prices and inflation, is Joe Biden coming into office and immediately shutting down the pipelines, immediately shutting down drilling, and he's boasting about it. He says he doesn't want to have any more coal in this country. He said yesterday, no more drilling in this country. You want to know why gas costs what it does? That's why it does.
The president says they're raking in record profits.
Who's raking in record profits?
The gas and oil company.
Yeah, and he is the one who has driven up the price of gas because of the way that he's shut down American energy production. I mean, listen, of course, they're a business, but you can look, he's boasted about it. He says we're producing less, we're drilling less. He doesn't want to mine for coal. I mean, he's getting what he wanted, which is that we have record energy costs in this country that is killing working class and middle class folks. All the rest of it is.
There you go. You see that response from Josh Hawley and Eric Schmidt just last night. Anita Mannion joining us, our political analyst. If you're just now joining us, we're taking a look at some of the messages, the rhetoric that have played into this big moment as we see which messages sold well with people, voters in Missouri, in Illinois. We'll take a look at that Senate race. The latest results we have, still very early. If you look at this vote total, it's just total in the whole state, just 139,000. We expect to see a much higher vote total as the night goes on. But Anita, they're not only laying blame for the outcome of inflation at the feet of President Biden, but you just heard it right there. Josh Hawley said he's getting what he wanted. They're designing his motive. They're saying the president is trying to do this. I don't know. The politics of yesteryear didn't do that.
Well, I think, though, this idea of that Democratic environmental policy and energy policy will drive up gas prices, this was going back to the Obama administration. This was a theme that we heard, right? If you elect Obama, gas is going to be over $5 a gallon. And so I think it's not a new theme, but it's particularly salient right now because it doesn't matter who you are. You drive by those signs, you see what the gas prices are, and that's part of almost expense that we can't avoid.
And there's the strategic reserve of petroleum that the U.S. has in store, and President Biden might have thought that the word strategic was political, not economic. He unleashed those reserves to make sure that they could bring that artificial downward pressure on the gas pump. But it wasn't artificial if you were paying less. You felt that savings.
That's right. I think economists project that took 30 to 40 cents off of gas prices, so not insignificant. But does that message penetrate? Probably not.
Well, it's interesting because it shows he's sensitive to inflation politically.
Right.
Maybe more so the politics than the long-term strategic outcome. That was something that we really saw Eric Schmidt and Josh Hawley drive home, that message of Democrats are the ones to blame for this inflation.
Yeah, and I mean, that's not a new tactic for politics, right? And whoever's in office, if the economy's booming, they're going to try to take credit for it. And if the economy is faltering in some way, they're going to get the blame.
Inflation is a big deal in some of the races for Congress, just as they are in the Senate race. There's two of those examples on either side of the Mississippi River. One of them is in Missouri's 2nd District, where Democrat Trish Gunby is hoping she can knock off incumbent Ann Wagner. Let's take a look at the map in Missouri's 2nd District right now, the congressional district, and see where things stand. Early yet, but Trish Gunby holding an early lead. And you see there, that is a part of the county where we would have expected the blue votes all on this side. There's St. Louis County. She is narrowly leading there in the suburbs. But in Franklin County, Ann Wagner with a larger lead of these early votes. We're going to wait and see how Warren County and St. Charles County come in. Those are two areas expected to be Republican. So right now, when you look at this total district of the 2nd Congressional District, do not expect that margin stays the same. When these areas, when these two counties right here come in, that's going to be a much bigger batch. I mean, if all things go according to plan, so to speak, if we know anything about the history of those areas, they're probably going to trend red. So this could end up being a close race to watch.
Well, there's a reason the 2nd District, I don't know if you have a comparison of what the district used to look like, but it's been intentionally redrawn by the Republicans in the state legislature to make that district even more safe for the incumbent Republican Ann Wagner. She had a couple, the last 2 cycles, closer races where we saw margins of 4%, 10%, and so that was seen as a district that Democrats thought they had a chance in. But now with the redrawing of it to include more Franklin County, Warren County, and other more Republican areas, that's definitely an advantage for Ann Wagner.
Before we go to the other side of the river and look at the Illinois 13th Congressional District, let's zero back in on the 2nd Congressional District there, where Ann Wagner and Trish Gunby are right now watching these results come in. And let's do just that. So you see this area here, the blue county, and if we turn up, I think we can do a heat map even. Let's go ahead and go leave it shaded so you can see the colors here. But let's compare to just 2 years ago. This was a race that Ann Wagner won, but look at that, against Jill Shoup. I mean, that was her whole home turf. Now watch how it changes. Almost all of that area is right now, not all the votes aren't counted. It might still turn red. It might be more purple by the end of the day. But let's go back to 2020. You can see all that being red, a close margin, 51%, just 28,000 votes or so separating the two at the time. Now, in this political climate, in the suburbs, after all we've seen, the way that has shifted, I'm not so sure that Ann Wagner wins that same seat if the Republicans don't come with their gerrymandering pen and change this district.
Yeah, and the year before that, in 2018, that race was even closer with Court Van Ostren running against Ann Wagner. But This is, a shift that was strategic, and it seems to be working in Wagner's favor. It's also part of the reason when you noted that and we'll see what the end race is, but that Cori Bush's margins were a little less. Some of that previous 2nd district has been drawn into the 1st district as well.
Yeah, you can see some of that there, and more of the vote total comes in. Again, still early, but 36,000 votes to just 9,000 there, more than a 3-to-1 clip. We're seeing in the congressional race. Let's zoom out just to this. We haven't checked on the 8th district just yet. And it looks like right now the Republican is expected to hold serve. Let's go across the river. We're going to take a closer look. We've told you already, if you're just joining us, that you see that check mark next to Tammy Duckworth's name. The Associated Press has projected, with all the turnout there, that she will hold on to that lead and will become the victor by night's end. In the race for governor, the Associated Press has also projected that J.B. Pritzker, and I know I'm talking faster than our graphics can fly here, so I apologize to Jacob. He's working at a fever pitch at the switcher there. But you see Tammy Duckworth projected the winner. Governor J.B. Pritzker also projected the winner. We'll take a closer look at some of the map to see where the vote totals are sticking out. And I think really interesting, every political analyst, every expert, we heard from former Republican Governor Jim Edgar on this live stream during the primary. He said the trick to winning Illinois for a Republican, you gotta turn up the rural voters downstate. You gotta turn down the Democratic voters in Chicago, and you gotta win the suburbs. Well, look at the suburbs. If we look at the suburbs right now, and it's not all told yet, but DuPage County, Governor Pritzker likes to say he turned DuPage into Blue Page. It's staying that way for now. You go a little bit farther west, if my mouse will cooperate, Kane County, and even there. These are parts of the state that Darren Bailey spent a lot of his time campaigning. He was up there a lot, and he really wanted to flip some of those suburban counties, but they just couldn't get on board with him, at least not at this early hour. It looks like, I mean, even to see something so close to Rockford leaning blue, so that looks like that's a small population county, and maybe there's still more votes to come in there. But if that kind of a lead holds for J.B. Pritzker, that's a dominant win if he can maintain that kind of a lead. All right, let's take a look at this big race. A lot of people are watching carefully. This is the 13th congressional district. This is a district, again, just like they did for Ann Wagner in Missouri. Democrats drew this district for Democrats, for Nikki Budzinski to win.
Look at that line there, right? You can just imagine who's being carved out in that long, skinny district there.
Well, there was one person in particular. He was a congressman.
That's right.
Rodney Davis lived in Taylorville, which is Christian County. Let's see, I don't think I can select a county if it's not actually in the district. This is Macoupin County. This is going to be your Sangamon County, and just down here is where the former congressman, here, we'll see if we can draw a little, that's Rodney Davis's house. Here, we'll just give him a house. See if we can have some fun with this. I never said I was much of an artist, Anita.
Very John Madden of you right there.
Yeah, that is Rodney Davis, folks. There he is. That's his house. And we'll take a look at the district, how it used to look. But I can't draw, or I got to get rid of the thing that, there it is. You can see Christian County. That's where Rodney Davis used to live, and he won 75% of the vote just 2 years ago. You can see these Democratic strongholds here in these parts of the old district. That was for the old race. All right, we saw that. Now let's go back and look at the new district. Oh, it's a lot different. That's an advertisement in, I don't know how much of that you were following along with, but you can see there Nikki Budzinski holding an early lead in the 13th congressional district. Jim Clyburn, the House Majority Whip, coming to visit in Metro East and helping to rally voters in St. Clair County. That's something that I think might have really helped Nikki Budzinski. We'll see if she holds on.
Yeah, Democrats have struggled in southern Illinois, but this redistricting really gives them hope for this seat.
Let's go back to the governor's race in Illinois, because this is going to be a fascinating development. We want to see, well, it might be too early even to look at those numbers, because we just don't have them from St. Clair County or from Madison County yet. But if we do this, look at, in 2020, look at President Trump's numbers. And I think our ticker is cutting off Joe Biden, but it says 42%. Joe Biden, and there it is. They're taking that down. You can see the whole numbers there. In St. Clair County, President Biden barely won. That's reason why Republicans felt like maybe they could flip some state House or state Senate seats. Maybe they could start to keep eating into the downstate. We talked to some of those downstate Democrats, the farthest southern Democrats in Illinois, and they feel like they're losing Trump country.
Right.
The culture is changing.
Yeah, I think that's right. We've seen a similar phenomenon in northern Missouri and some rural parts of Missouri that once were sort of blue-collar Democrats and now largely have made a shift on cultural issues and other issues to make them more Republican.
All right, let's check back in on the Senate side. It looks like it's still early. Just 6% of the estimated vote total has been counted in Missouri so far. And there you saw those numbers change. When those numbers change on screen, that's not us doing that. That's the Associated Press and the local election officials inputting data as it is official. And the numbers, Trudy Busch Valentine clinging on to that early lead. Again, you see all those counties that are still not colored in yet. That's telling you the whole story. Once those white counties tilt to red, and we expect most of those ones that don't have color in them to go red, that will likely carry Eric Schmidt into a more advantageous position. Yeah,
I would definitely agree. We'll expect to see a blue spot of Columbia there in the middle, but then a lot of red on that map.
And Amendment 3, 55%, still holding strong. What do you think? How will the messaging around marijuana, they sold it as something that would help our veterans with their health care, help our police with more funding. That was in the ad. In fact, the Missouri Highway Patrol sort of balked when some of their official insignia was used in an advertisement for marijuana. They said, hey, you can't put that in there. They had to pull it off the air. But when you look at the remaining votes that are out there, the rural parts of Missouri, do we know if marijuana is popular, if Republicans are gonna drag it, if they're, and that's not a pun, but the remaining vote totals left to be counted, is it going to sag? Is it going to spring?
I mean, I'm interested because we see some of those green areas, an interesting choice of colors here, spreading out beyond just the red spots of St. Louis and Kansas City. So I think if you're a supporter of Amendment 3, that's a good sign. Ironically, part of the challenge for Amendment 3 is going to be from progressives who, like we said, took issue with some aspects of the ballot initiative.
Let's check that Missouri Senate total right now. 56% to Trudy Busch Valentine, 41% to Eric Schmidt. Very early, but we have some very important news to bring you. If you're just now joining us, we're working hard here on the digital decision desk. Anita Mannion and myself, and our newsroom is hard at work. But one of the things that reporters love more than anything on election night in particular is food. I'm told that Elise Schoenig is live at the campaign headquarters for Eric Schmidt, where she has some developments on what they're serving at the watch party, the buffet there. Elise, can you hear me?
Mark, I can hear you. Sorry, we're trying to get set up over here. As you can hear, a lot of people are pouring in here now. I know you mentioned something about the food. I know that's, of course, a big talker on nights like this. We have confirmed they have coconut shrimp and beef Wellington. Those are two of the bigger platters that we're seeing with food, and I can certainly see that a lot of people are starting to grab some of that. There's a big fruit platter. There's, of course, an open bar. There's been a pretty long line for that one. You know, of course, we've got to, provide all of the fun service things here at events like these on top of those Senate races, of course. So, like I said, that's been all coming out. But on top of that, like I said, you can see this room is certainly filled up. I mean, I was live here just 30 minutes ago, and there was not nearly even half as many people who are here right now. That ambience has certainly picked up, and people are, really bringing this strong, positive energy in the room as they're waiting for that Senate race to be called here, and we're on standby with them as well as we wait for this race here again at the current Attorney General Eric Schmidt's watch party to be called, and waiting for some announcement to be made, and for any other developments we're able to bring you all right here.
Now, Elise, I'll tell you a little pro tip. I've covered a fair number of these political watch parties on the nights of elections, and you can always tell the mood is shifting. Lobbyists and political consultants will start to pick the party that they think has the best food. So you've just given a big tip. And just last night, Eric Schmidt was saying, I'm not going to go to Washington, D.C. and go to all these fancy cocktail parties and soirees. And now here he is, sparing no expense, busting out the beef Wellington. I think that tells you he's hoping to wine and dine some of the political class of Missouri tonight.
Certainly, Mark. I know I'm like, stop tempting me with this food here. It's tough. We're reporting on it, and we're not eating any of it. So I think that's certainly a tell-all for events like this for sure.
Yeah, very interesting. Are we hearing anything more from the voters in that room, the supporters, the tried and true faithful, the grassroots supporters about why they support Eric Schmidt? Is there some part of the mood in the room about what they're looking for in their next U.S. Senator should he end up winning tonight?
Yeah, I'm glad you asked that. I have talked to some of his supporters, some people who are part of his campaign team, and they're saying that their beliefs all come down to something simple, which is that things they believe that Schmidt is pushing for, if he is, you know, the person who ends up in this Senate seat, they're simple issues that pertain to everybody, right? So they're saying issues surrounding safety, surrounding law enforcement. They're saying some of this stuff, some of these things he's advocating for, they're all things that will impact everybody. And so they're saying that anyone, especially before, you know, some of the polls were even closed, I know they were pushing some swing voters to consider that no matter what your background is, what your upbringing is, they're saying that they claim that Schmidt is someone who can understand where everyone comes from, and that's what they're hoping that people take away from here today. And at the end of the day, that's what some of the supporters here are believing is what's going to secure that victory for him, is that he is the guy who understands it all from all fronts.
All right, well, Elise, if you get some FaceTime with the Attorney General tonight with Eric Schmidt, you got to, I mean, he's been telling us he's not from Billions, he's from Bridgeton, and here he is dining on beef Wellington. I think you're going to have to ask the tough questions and ask him about the fare at the watch party. But thanks for that report, Elise.
Certainly.
We will check back in with her and the rest of our KSDK colleagues throughout the rest of the night. A little bit lighthearted there about what's on the menu, but what's on the political agenda of Eric Schmidt if he goes to Congress? And I'll set it up this way. I think there was a St. Louis Post-Dispatch, if I remember correctly, an op-ed that compared the Eric Schmidt they knew from his time in the State House in Jefferson City to this newer version of Eric Schmidt that has evolved somewhat. I don't know if politics got to him.
More MAGA version.
Right. He campaigning side by side, locking arms with Donald Trump, embracing this new tough guy persona, suing people left and right. The Post-Dispatch observers noted a difference, an evolution of Eric Schmidt. Do we know which version of Eric Schmidt will go to Congress, go to the Senate if he wins?
Well, I'm going to guess this version. This version is pretty aligned with his fellow, maybe future Senator, Josh Hawley. And we have indications that former President Trump might declare another campaign in a couple of weeks. And
he teased that big announcement next week.
That's right.
But how many times has Donald Trump teased an announcement?
Well, we had that announcement when he endorsed Eric.
Right, yeah, which in the primary, Eric Reitens, Eric Schmidt, both claiming the endorsement.
I mean, he's a showman. He likes to create that energy. But these things lead me to believe that, you know, Eric Schmidt would keep some of that vibe that he has now. Now, I will say the Senate is generally a little less fiery than the House, but it hasn't stopped Josh Hawley from being very fiery, and I would expect the same for Eric Schmidt.
If we had John Bon Jovi here with us, he would tell you, whoa, oh, we're halfway there. We're actually more than 90 minutes into this live stream. We thank you for joining us. About another hour to go before we switch gears from this digital live stream and go to our broadcast side. She's Anita Mannion, our political analyst. I'm Mark Maxwell. Thank you for joining us. If you haven't figured it out by now, you can go on our website, ksdk.com, and do just as I'm doing. Play with the map, look at the results, zoom in on counties, see the different results, see where Democrats defended their turf in Illinois or where Republicans are riding a red wave in Missouri. You can look at those results and see all the big races. We're going to try and touch on some of the biggest races for you throughout the night as we hear more. And as we get closer to the decisions in these races being called, we hope to hear from the candidates themselves as well. All right, we talked a moment ago about what Eric Schmidt would do if he goes to Congress, or if he goes to the Senate, which is, of course, a part of Congress. Trudy Busch Valentine down the stretch has been suggesting maybe he would do something to mess with your Social Security. Maybe he would raise the retirement age. Maybe he would lower Social Security benefits. Maybe that's an effective message. We didn't hear a lot from Eric Schmidt about specifics, so she's, at some point, maybe out of desperation, put some words in his mouth.
Well, I think that's a message that a lot of Democrats were making sort of in this home stretch, trying to let seniors know that maybe their Social Security or Medicare might be up for either privatization or a need to renew that, and trying to appeal to some of those older voters who turn out at very high rates, by the way.
Older voters, especially in midterms or in races where you expect lower turnout, you can always expect voters in that senior population that, hey, they've seen democracy in action, they've seen it go well, they've seen it go wrong, they know if you want to complain about politics, you got to cast that ballot.
I appreciate their turnout rates. They're also the poll workers that we have. The average age of poll workers in St. Louis County is over 60 years old.
Well, I'm not going to tell my mother's age, but I will tell you that my mother became an election volunteer at one of the polls in Indiana for the first time this year. So shout out to Mom.
Yes.
Nice work in being a part of democracy in action. You can see on your map there as the results come in, Eric Schmidt closing the gap as those red counties in the Boot Heel and near Cape Girardeau start to come in. You see them tilting red. But let's take a listen at that debate we just mentioned about Social Security benefits, the looming debate about the federal budget, how Congress should dole out and divide up the money that we have and the expenses that we have, how they should all play together. This was what Trudy Bush Valentine and Eric Schmidt debated about, sort of from a distance, if you will, just in the last few hours of this race. Take a listen.
Tweeted about Eric Schmidt, if he will vote to get Social Security, Medicare, raise retirement age. So how did you kind of find out about that kind of motive?
Because I know that's what the Republicans have been trying to do for years. They want to defund Social Security. They want to defund Medicare. They think there's not enough money in the budget for it. We can always find money in the budget. There's money for so many other things that we do. These are the two most important issues to our seniors, and we have to keep those going for future generations.
Can you confirm that you will do nothing to raise the retirement age or cut Social Security benefits? She said you would do that.
I don't know where she got that from. I've never said that. That's not my position.
Can you confirm what?
I think I just did. So I don't know where she got that from, but I'm not supportive of any of that legislation.
Is that something that he's mentioned, over your time, kind of competing against him in this campaign?
That he's mentioned?
Yeah.
He hasn't really talked about Medicare and Social Security for people. He hasn't talked much about anything. He doesn't have a plan for anything. He talks about the inflation and the cost of basic necessities. He has no plan. I have a plan.
There you go, Trudy Bush Valentine and Eric Schmidt sparring in a debate by proxy, if you will. You mentioned we didn't really have a debate, so we had to kind of hustle back and forth, one campaign to the other. He said this, she said this. What do you have to say? I don't know if you heard it there from Trudy Bush Valentine in just the last little bit, but she started copying word for word what Barack Obama was saying on the stump in other races in other parts of the country. It was almost like, oh yeah, wait a minute, here's our messenger.
Here's the message, right?
I can say that.
That's right.
Maybe a little bit of copycat going on. All right, I'm told that Justina Coronel is going to be joining us here before too long. She is in South St. Louis with Trudy Bush Valentine. We were just talking about her, and Justina is joining us now. Justina, how's the mood there? Any idea? We saw Mayor Jones. We heard some of her speech. How did the crowd receive that message from Mayor Jones?
Well, they were cheering. They had their Trudy Bush Valentine signs. And right now we just heard from someone updating us on the latest poll numbers. And they said, we're still in the game. We're encouraged. So, it seems like people are just standing by right now. They were encouraged to order some libations and to get some beer, some Busch Light, But, it seems like people are starting to stand up. They're putting some chairs out here. It seems like people are about to sit down because we're hoping Trudy Bush Valentine will arrive here soon. There is a live band here. They just stopped performing, but they were pumping up the crowd. We saw people dancing, people really getting into their spirits here. But of course, more people are getting more spirits as we speak, and we're waiting to hear more about the results and also when Trudy Bush Valentine will arrive here. But, like you mentioned, Mayor Jones talked about her support of Trudy Bush Valentine from the very beginning. Now, she was here for the primary, and she said she did get some pushback from that, but she has supported her from the beginning. And she even took a little jab at Attorney General Eric Schmidt, saying, I was looking at his commercials. Now, was he running a campaign against Trudy Bush Valentine or me? Because she was saying that he mentioned Mayor Jones multiple times. So definitely a little bit of a dig there. But again, she wrapped up her speech saying that Trudy Bush Valentine had a diverse campaign trail, one of the most diverse ones that she had seen. So talking about her inclusion of people and whatnot. So again, we heard from Mayor Jones about 30 minutes ago, and she's still here mingling with folks. And yeah, hope to hear from Trudy Bush Valentine soon.
All right, very interesting, Justina. Now, I don't want to, we told our viewers this was going to be a political program, but we're also, I think we're getting hungry. It's that hour of the night. And you mentioned the Busch Light and some of the different refreshments just across town where Elise Schoening is at. Eric Schmidt He's the one who told us he likes to drink Busch Light. Well, he's serving up beef Wellington across town at that party. So I don't know how quickly things are going to wrap up, but you might get some tastier scraps at the other party. I don't know what they're serving there.
So here we definitely had a bit of a charcuterie board, cheese board, some appetizers going around here, and we know that there was some plated menu items. So we personally have not got them. I personally got some Raising Cane's, big Raising Cane's fan, but we did know there's plated items. Now, last time they really had a variety of things. I mean, toasted ravioli, a St. Louis classic, but also empanadas. I mean, the inclusion is just shown in the food items as well. So, but now it's just a bit of, you know, charcuterie boards, a lot of apps and everything, and then we did hear there would be some plated items. I personally haven't taken a look. I really dive deep into my Raising Cane's.
There we go. That's the political and the culinary analysis from Justina Coronel. We look forward to hearing more from the candidates. Of course, this is something a lot of the candidates have been looking forward to. Justina, thank you for that report. We're going to be watching this closely. I think we might have video feed from Governor J.B. Pritzker and that campaign event. Do we still have that? Are they still? Let's
communities here in Illinois.
Check on the speech from. Is this still the J.B. Pritzker event? Can someone just confirm that? Oh, that is not. Okay, we no longer have that, but we can look at the results there. Before we do, let's check into this map. The race is tightening in the U.S. Senate race here in Missouri. 49.5% right now. If we look at the map for Trudy Busch Valentine, and there it is, just about 1%, less than 1% off is Eric Schmidt. And again, it's 9% of the estimated vote total. So what we can presume, I think we can safely presume, Anita, is that a lot of these votes were the early votes, the absentee votes. They were in early. As the rest of the night comes in, those are going to be the people that voted in person.
Yes.
Is there anything different about somebody who had their mind made up a few weeks ago and cast that early ballot and the person who wandered into a voting booth today?
It's possible. It's going to be interesting to see about those early ballots cast and who they broke for. You know, in 2020, we assumed the early votes were Democrats, but I don't think we can assume that this time because it was in-person voting, which Republicans have been more comfortable with. Also, let me say that.
Are we hearing that sound? I think there's a soundbite playing somewhere. I heard a soundbite about a pirate something.
Well, you know, I was still thinking about that beef Wellington red wine. I have a cold brew and a power bar to get me through tonight here in studio. I don't know about you.
Yeah, I'm just going with some coffee and fumes, really. Yeah. All right, very interesting. Can you tell we're hungry on the decision desk? I know you're hungry for results. We're going to keep bringing them to you, and thank you for joining us. We're going to go right through about 9:30 if you're staying with us, so about another hour or so, just about that much, and we hope to have some of these closing speeches, perhaps some decisions in the race in these next few moments. Let's go back through and check the map. We see now the Amendment 3, one big question people are watching, support shrinking just a little bit for the yes vote. There it goes, back up again from 54.3 up to 54.6. That's a big number. All they have to do is get 50% in this column, and that means Missouri will start selling legal marijuana. I talked to some of the medical marijuana dispensary shops, the owners who would be front in line, and you can see some of the partisan divide. Look at some of those red counties going no. Those are typically Republican areas. That's a curious development. We'll keep our eye on that, Anita. But some of these shop owners, they said, hey, look, if this goes yes, if this goes thumbs up, the earliest they could start selling marijuana to you would be early February, maybe February 6th or 7th.
Well, my birthday's February 28th, so...
I'm not going to tell you how to celebrate. I'm not going to tell you how to celebrate, but legally, if marijuana is approved in Missouri, that would happen in the Constitution. Now, let me ask you this question. If somehow the Republicans or those counties that we're seeing that we're voting no, if they're successful and they kill... And by the way, it's not just Republicans. Mayor Tashara Jones was strongly opposed to this.
Yes.
She said she didn't like the way it worked. If they kill this thing and they don't pass legal marijuana, how much harder would it be for the legislature to do it? Because now you've got real polling numbers, the people have spoken. And if they killed it, would it be that much harder for them to go through the regular legislative process to legalize it?
It could be. Part of that, though, I think the argument, the pushback on that would be, well, that's because this amendment was written poorly, and that the bill in the state legislature is a more solid bill, it's more thoughtful and explicit, and more bipartisan. So I definitely think that if this does fail, there will be efforts for another ballot amendment and also efforts in the state legislature.
All right, we're taking a lot of input and feedback from campaigns and headquarters all over the state. We have TV cameras at the headquarters for Tammy Duckworth, where Dick Durbin is right now meeting with and speaking with those supporters. We're going to show you the vote totals quickly before we go take a listen to Senator Durbin's speech. For just a quick minute, we'll listen into that. But before we do, let's take a look at this map. You'll see the vote totals. It looks like she carried downstate, central parts of the state, the northern parts of the state. You can see that map there. And again, these aren't total results, all right? But 56% of the estimated vote total is in. And there in Madison County, Tammy Duckworth narrowly winning. In St. Clair County, she runs up her vote totals. In Sangamon County, she's winning up there. Even down in LaSalle County, that's a Republican area. Tammy Duckworth winning there, showing some strength across the state. Anytime a Democrat can do that in Illinois, that is really good position for them to be in. So let's go ahead and listen to Senator Dick Durbin at the watch party at Tammy Duckworth's campaign. I don't know if
she ran for Congress successfully.
There he is.
And then, of course, with the vacancy of Barack Obama, we had a chance to bring her into the United States Senate. I stepped up, I don't know if you're supposed to, but I did, and said my choice for my colleague is Tammy Duckworth. And the people of Illinois agreed. Look back, if you will, for a moment and think. She served our state of Illinois and our country with courage and distinction. She served in the United States House of Representatives in a way that brought her to the threshold of serving in the Senate. And now, with tonight's vote, the people of Illinois have made it clear. Tammy Duckworth is still their hero, and she is going to be their strong voice in the United States Senate. And I'm the lucky one, lucky enough to be able to call her my colleague. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Senator Tammy Duckworth.
I have to thank John Atkinson for that, for emceeing this, that scallywag, scurvy, and John does feed my Shamrock Shake fix every year. But I also want to tell you the rest of the story about Dick Durbin, in that he gave me his personal cell phone number when I was that wounded warrior. And he never said no when I would call and say, we have another problem at Walter Reed. We have another soldier who can't get help. We have another wounded warrior whose spouse can't make it here. And he became the unofficial ombudsman for Walter Reed, and we are all better off for it. Thank you, Dick. Just about a few minutes ago, I received a very gracious phone call from Kathy Salvi congratulating me and conceding the election, and congratulating me and wishing me the best of luck, and showing her confidence that I will serve the people of Illinois well. So thank you, Kathy, for running a very good campaign. To all of Kathy's supporters, please know that over this next term, I'm going to work to lift up all Illinoisans, not just those who voted for me, and that I'll never stop fighting to better this state that we all love. You know, this was the first of my races that both my daughters took part in. It's been amazing, though, to be honest. There were some unforced errors along the way, I have to say. I planned a 2-week RV tour where I would get to show my girls the whole state and campaign at the same time. It didn't take long after we loaded up the RV on the first day, though, for me to realize my mistake. Just imagine, thinking it was a good idea to put into a single RV 2 small children, a 4-year-old, a 7-year-old, and your husband, and the nanny, and your mother. For days, starting
Tammy
from one
Duckworth,
state fair.
talking with some of her supporters, enjoying their time. I think I caught on to a pirate theme. I'm not entirely sure what that's all about. They're having fun in Chicago, where Tammy Duckworth has won. We're going to take a closer look now at a new development in the Missouri Senate race. Let's take a look at our map, our 5 on your side digital decision desk app map, and there you have it. Eric Schmidt has now reclaimed the lead in the race for the U.S. Senate. That was projected by all of the polls all throughout. Trudy Bush Valentine didn't lead in one poll. And as more of those empty counties across Missouri color in and show where the Republican votes come in, we expect him, if history is any indicator, to run up the score in those areas. Let's look at the heat map there, and you'll see the deeper shades of red. That's where, look at Dent County, 80%. He's doing really well. Let's go to the city of St. Louis, 86%. So she's got a lot bigger margin of victory in that small jurisdiction, but not quite big enough out here in Jackson County, just 54%. Eric Schmidt did well enough there. And you look at these other, Putnam County up there, 80%. That's about in line with where it was for, let's look at that, 84% for Donald Trump. Eric Schmidt not quite competing with Donald Trump's Republican turnout, but not far off from it in those red stretches. Let's look at Bollinger County. There you go. Scott County, about the same. So we zoom out of this and look at the totals right now, and there it is again. More votes are starting to show up, 52.9% for Eric Schmidt. All right, we also have some new results we want to share with you from the St. Louis County executive race. This is where former Democrat, now Republican Mark Mantovani is running an insurgent candidacy. He, again, a last-minute candidate, threw his hat in the ring and was appointed by the county officials to jump into this race when Catherine Pinner, the primary victor, dropped out.
Right.
And he's going up against Sam Page, the incumbent Democrat. Mantovani still trailing by, 13% there or so, but he's closing the gap somewhat.
Yeah, and there's still a lot of votes to be counted. This race to me is interesting for a number of reasons, including the fact that the person who won the GOP primary is not on the ballot. If she would have been, that would have been a huge gift to Sam Page. But the Republican Party, sort of in the 11th hour, recruited Mark Mantovani to run instead, a former Democrat. Sam Page and Mantovani have faced off in primary elections before, but that was just Democrats voting. So we'll see how this turns out for a countywide election.
Yeah, and there was a lot said about Mark Mantovani. Who is he? I guess in this era of calling people Republican in name only, he might be the closest thing you get to truly
literally be
a Republican in name only. Quite literally. There he is talking with voters and people just after casting his vote. But again, what was the baggage that Sam Page carried in here? We saw him really try to lean into national issues about abortion access in St. Louis County, and Mark Mantovani would counter and say, well, hang on, that's not really relevant to the job description.
Right. But then when he talks about crime, he sort of talked about a federal level, and so Sam Page pushed back on that. It seems to me when you hear the two of them talk, Mantovani really wants to talk about running St. Louis County, sort of like running a business. You're an administrator. He took less of sort of the ideological positions or the cultural positions, and really, I think, tried to focus on how to efficiently run the county, where Sam Page took a broader lens at that.
All right, we're going to go back and take a look at the Senate map total. We can tell you now that the official word, Eric Schmidt has expanded his lead, taken his first lead about an hour and a half, hour and 45 minutes into the vote counting process, and we expect him to run up the score. Again, we're not making a prediction of that, but we know vote history, where likely Republican voters live, where they vote. That's all the areas that are not yet counted. So it just, logic tells you those are parts of the map that will bode well. Now, they're not big numbers by themselves, but you add them all together and they start to add up.
Yeah, I would expect Trudy Bush Valentine to get another big chunk from Columbia. But yes, other than that, most of these areas tend to benefit the Republican candidate.
And you can see that map now behind us in that monitor there. Again, we invite you to check out KSDK.com. If you're not already on that, watching us maybe on a phone or a tablet now, you can go to KSDK.com. And as we're doing on this, you can go through and look at the breakdown of the votes. You can look at where some of the turnout is on KSDK.com. Let's take a look now at the 2nd Congressional District. And there again is a new development. I know I'm blocking part of it here. I'll move. There we go. Ann Wagner has taken the lead in that race, and that could be troubling news for Trish Gunby's campaign. She is a House Democrat in Missouri who was really hoping for an abortion bounce. And we're going to hear more from both of these candidates in their campaign as they try to win votes. But again, just 15% of the estimated vote total and pretty close there. So I expect we probably won't know the outcome of this race for quite some time, Anita.
I think that's a fair assessment. The abortion balance, I think, could have been stronger for Trish Gumby if Ann Wagner were not an incumbent, was maybe more of a controversial candidate. This is another race in which we did not have a debate. And also the district has been gerrymandered in Wagner's favor. So those things go against Trish Gumby's chances.
There was a real feeling in the Trish Gumby campaign that Ann Wagner's strategy was to just completely blow her off, just disregard Trish Gumby.
That's what she did in the last 2 races as well, and it was effective.
But does it rob voters of a chance to hear where they stand on the issues, or is it just political savvy? It's cutthroat. It denies them name recognition. It denies them that big grand stage to get their name out there.
Right. So I think I would say it's both. It does deny us as the voters the opportunity to hear the two candidates espouse their points of view, to go back and forth. But it's not a bad political strategy. If you're the incumbent, you have more to lose than maybe you do to gain. And so we're seeing that increasingly as a strategy.
Now, I want to show you this really quickly before we go to a quick break and come back on the other side. Look at the bottom of your screen there. When we see the votes behind, this is just in Franklin County. Trish Gumby is losing Franklin County by nearly 10,000 votes, or you're looking at a 72 to 25% margin there. Remember that number, 9,000 votes. If you look at the total, she's trailing by just 5,000. So if this district, go back to 2020, and you see that right there, all of that territory, how would that territory have voted in 2022? Completely different ball game.
It is.
All right. We're going to be back on the other side of this break with Anita Mannion and some reaction from Eric Schmidt's campaign headquarters. Just last night, Ann Wagner was on the stage and she was talking tough about immigration. She was talking tough about the border. Somebody in the crowd said, "Why don't you talk like that in Washington?" We're going to have a look inside the room at part of that discussion around Ann Wagner's race, how she drew distinctions with Trish Gumby when we come back.
At 5 on Your Side, we put weather first. It impacts your commute, your job, your family. For the Weather First team, you and your community, that's our priority. The most accurate. Always first. The 5 on Your Side Weather First team. Focused on you. At Today in St. Louis, we focus on what matters most in the morning.
Local! More local.
Local coverage and the latest news that affects you. Local weather with our Just Right forecast. And local traffic that's right on time. From your family to your pocketbook to your health. At Today in St. Louis, your morning is our focus because no story matters more than the one that affects you. Today in St. Louis, focused on you.
Welcome back. If you're just now joining us from the 5 on Your Side Digital Decision Desk Studios in 2022, we are watching all of the election results come in, and we thank you for joining us. We are going to check in on the Senate race where Eric Schmidt is widening his lead, expanding his margin over Democrat Trudy Bush Valentine. We have Holden Kerwicki live joining us now from Maryland Heights, the Eric Schmidt headquarters. And Holden, as these results come in, as Eric Schmidt's growing his lead, what are you seeing? What are you hearing from supporters? It looks like, I imagine, the anticipation is building into an air of confidence in the room there.
You can hear it right now. They are reacting to those numbers being posted right now, showing Eric Schmidt opening up a fairly sizable lead in this Senate race. And a lot of people out here are really excited as this just continues to build all throughout the evening. This crowd is really, it was a slow arriving crowd. And a lot of people, again, as some of those early returns came in from absentee and early voting, there was a lot of nervousness in here, but a lot of people who have been around elections and pollsters who have been doing this for years, they kind of started that whisper of, it's early, just wait. Just wait. You know, right now I think we've got about 10% of precincts reporting, and again, Eric Schmidt is opening up a fairly sizable lead, and the people here are just continuing to build on that excitement. A little more raucous crowd out here right now as people, seeing those returns come in and getting a little more excited of what could come for their party.
And Holden, from time to time at events like those, people will come up to the Bay of reporters and you may strike up a conversation here or there, get a better sense of who it is that is in the room, the crowd, who they are, what they do, what brought them there, what attracted them to Eric Schmidt. Is anything that stands out to you about the group of people at his back helping support his cause tonight?
Early on, it was a lot of people who were business owners in and around the St. Louis area. And that was one thing, I'm not sure if that was something arranged through the campaign to come and maybe meet with Mr. Schmidt early, but that was something that really struck me. It was a lot of small business owners from throughout the St. Louis area that really turned out early. As you can see, throughout the night, this crowd just continues to grow. And the one thing I will say I did notice, and it was only from a few groups, I went up just to take their pulse. How are you feeling about things going into this right now? As some of those early returns came in, and they just kind of laughed. There is a little bit of a distrust here, in the local media, in some circles, and that's something we're trying to address and talk to, a lot of people and hear out some of their concerns, and just kind of discuss that in any way possible.
I think there's a really easy way to fix that. You just challenge them to an arm wrestling competition, and if you win, they have to trust you.
I don't know. There's some strong-looking men and women in this room tonight, so you never know. I mean, everybody around here, though, it has been a fairly supporting, crowd in general. I will say that the people here have been overwhelmingly supportive. There was just a few small groups that really didn't want to talk to the media, and I understand that on some regards. But I will say, I took a little bit of a spill earlier. I tripped, and there was Schmidt supporters came right on over to me, and they were like, "Hey, are you okay?" Making sure I was all right. It was just a little mishap with the riser here. Everything was fine. We all had a good laugh out of it. But it is a lighthearted crowd that's really, as this party continues to get turned up, I mean, you can see everybody's here, especially as those numbers again just continue to come in, showing their candidate growing the lead and kind of putting a little bit of a gap on Trudy Bush Valentine. That's been something. This crowd is lightened up, having fun. A lot of people are out here to celebrate tonight. The one thing I will say, they do have multiple bars around here. You asked me about that earlier. Seeing a lot of Budweiser, seeing a lot of Bud Light. Not seeing any Bush beer around here tonight. I don't know if that's an homage, to his opponent here, but something I noticed.
All right, Holden, a rough and tumble assignment for you. Safety first. Stay safe out there on the campaign trail, my friend.
All right, thank you, sir.
All right, thank you, Holden Kurwicki, reporting, and we will continue to hear from our reporters who are embedded with the top campaigns across the state. Let's take a look at that Senate race. The map, we can tell you now that Eric Schmidt has expanded his lead by more than 71,000 votes. You see what's happening here, and I alluded to this a minute ago, but I wonder if we're seeing an emerging storyline here. Anita, watch what happens to this map. You see, chart the red, chart the blue. Now we're going to switch colors to red and green. We're going to look at Amendment 3, and we're going to see how closely is the Republican surge for Schmidt tied to the no vote for Amendment 3. Let's take a look at this, and you're seeing the numbers drag very carefully. It's right along that same trend line. Some of the St. Louis suburbs leaning yes, some of the Kansas City suburbs leaning yes, but a lot of those other parts, they're saying no.
Yeah, it looks like marijuana is doing better in the suburbs and exurbs than Trudy Bush Valentine is. But yeah, a lot of those more rural areas still very red when it comes to Amendment 3.
Let's pull up a camera shot, just the camera shot of the Trudy Bush Valentine headquarters. I think that some of her family may be, well, they're just now leaving the crowd from the monitor feed that I see. So there's some activity at the Trudy Bush Valentine. Yeah, they just walked away from the mic. I promise they were there. But we may hear from her throughout the night. Let's go back to this Senate map. A lot of people watching this race carefully. Let's zoom in and just check on Cori Bush, the congresswoman there. Her vote total dragging down a little bit, but still we're seeing about 18%. Just by understanding the way they call these races, I expect that once that number gets anything closer to 25, 30% of the vote total, they're going to be able to get a lot closer to making a final projection in that race.
I don't think the Bush campaign is probably too worried at this point.
All right, now let's go across the river to Illinois. We've already told you that Senator Tammy Duckworth has been projected the winner, and she has met with her voters and supporters there. As we go down the list, Governor J.B. Pritzker, look at that, 426,000 votes, and that's just with half of the vote total. So on track, if all this stays on pace, on track to win by 800,000 votes perhaps. We'll see how those final totals come in. A lot of the votes yet to be counted are areas where Darren Bailey will probably perform well, so it could be that that vote doesn't quite those numbers don't stay as wide a margin. But Secretary of State's race, we haven't called that race yet, still too close to call. 35% of the estimated vote total, but Alexi Giannoulias with a wide lead there, in a commanding lead. Kwame Raoul, the Attorney General, the incumbent, it looks like Democrats are on track for another clean sweep of all of the statewide offices. Susana Mendoza could be in the catbird seat. Perhaps she'll have the widest margin of victory of all the Democrats in Illinois. The treasurer's race, 400,000 votes separates Mike Frericks, the incumbent Democratic treasurer from Champaign, and Tom Demmer, the Republican from Dixon, the State House Republican who was one of the assistant minority leaders in Jim Durkin's leadership team in Springfield and helped to craft the budget, but has a long way to go if he hopes to pull off some kind of an upset and somehow win there in Illinois. All right, let's check in on, we haven't checked in on this district yet. Look, that's a tight one. Look at that. 46% of the estimated vote total, and Sean Casten, the incumbent Democrat, we don't have his picture, nor do we have the former mayor of Orland Park, Mr. Picow. They were dueling back and forth, neck and neck over crime and the Safety Act and the end of cash bail and the environment and energy policy and all of that. But you're seeing Sean Casten in a newly drawn district. He had to go through a cage match primary and win against an incumbent Democrat member of Congress there. After winning that race, now he's up against a close one. If he can squeak through and somehow survive that race, I mean, just 350, look at that, 315 votes at this hour separate Sean Casten from his Republican challenger there in the 6th district. That's something that people are watching closely. We're going to swing out to the western corner, and look at that. Republicans are in the lead. A weatherman, Mr. Sorensen in Rockford is the Democrat. Esther Joy King, the Republican. Again, we don't have their photos for some reason populating in that graphic, but the Republicans winning right now with just 27% of the vote in that district. All right, let's swing down closer to our neck of the woods. We're going to take a closer look at this race, and there it is. Nikki Budzinski right now holding that 11,000 vote lead over Regan Deering, the Republican. You can see, look at those counties shading in, blue, red, still the farther out. The Champaign, you can expect a lot of college and younger voters in the Champaign-Urbana area. Those usually skew Democratic. That's a region of the 13th district you can usually rely on to go Democratic. So there's a close race, sort of, but it looks like Nikki Budzinski might be benefiting from that gerrymander.
I think that's definitely true. This is a district that previously went for Trump by 3 points, and in its current configuration, it would have went for Biden by 11 points. So that gives a real benefit to the Democrat in that district.
That's an interesting development. All right, we told you before we went to the break we were going to look at Missouri's 2nd congressional district, so we're going to do that just now and see how those results, we've promised you those results. We're going to get a closer look at that map. As we pull it up here, in the 2nd congressional district, I'm pulling it up on our map just now, and you can see that Ann Wagner is slowly but surely advancing her lead over Democrat Trish Gunby. 5,000 plus votes separate those two now. If you see the vote totals, the distinguishing lines remain mostly the same. In St. Louis County, Trish Gunby holds on to a slight lead there. You go to Franklin County, Ann Wagner runs up the score. We don't have results yet from St. Charles County or Warren County that we can report to you, but you're seeing, there it is again, Franklin County, Trish Gunby has a lot to be desired there. You go to St. Louis County, you can see that big difference.
If Trish Gunby were going to win this district, she would really need to run up those numbers in St. Louis County. And as of now, there's still votes to be counted. She doesn't have that huge margin. We're actually seeing Trudy Bush Valentine doing better. Now, granted, she's going across the whole county, not just a segment, but has a larger margin in St. Louis County than Trish Gunby does.
And what did Trudy Bush Valentine have that Trish Gunby did not? A lot of money and a lot of name recognition.
Also, maybe a opponent who was less desirable to St. Louis County voters, where Ann Wagner might be more palatable.
Let's look at how that debate played out. We have some sound bites from both Ann Wagner and Trish Gunby on some key issues, both on inflation and abortion. The inflation issue, we sort of saw a window into how they see economic hardship through the student loan discussion, but also on abortion. Trish Gunby really felt like after the Missouri restrictions, the Missouri abortion ban, that would be her silver bullet, if you will. And this is how the two candidates broke down on the issue of abortion, Trish Gunby and Ann Wagner.
I personally was I was hospitalized with my second child.
Democrat Trish Gunby voted against the nation's most restrictive abortion ban when it passed in the Missouri House.
Giving birth, being pregnant, there are risks involved with all of that. And so the fact that our state has now decided that you're going to be forced to carry a pregnancy, especially for somebody who may be very young, who emotionally is not ready, physically is not ready, we have made that decision for them, and there's risk involved in all of that.
In her campaign for Congress against Ann Wagner, Gunby says she would vote for a federal law to restore abortion access in Missouri. Did the Missouri legislature go too far?
The state legislatures have, the Dobbs case said this gets returned to the state legislatures. I don't know what will happen in the state of Missouri when they go back into session, whether that will be adjusted or changed in any way, shape, or form. I support exceptions for rape, incest, and life of the mother.
So Missouri went too far?
I support restrictions for life of the mother, rape, and incest.
Gunby responded in an interview Wednesday on the record.
Congresswoman Ann Wagner may think that exceptions for rape and incest, that's gone too far. She voted against access to birth control.
In an August interview, Wagner denied voting against contraceptives, but congressional voting records show she voted no on the Right to Contraception Act that passed the House.
I will be happy to defend my position, my pro-life position in Missouri's 2nd Congressional District. I have my entire life, and I will continue to do so.
Are you committing to debate her?
I'm not committing to anything.
Why
not? I'm committing to working hard for my constituents.
I believe that conversation was recorded with Congresswoman Wagner in August, and we asked her then, are you committing to debate her? You heard her answer right there, no.
Right.
Let's look at the map real quick, and Anita, I want to get your thought about this, your best analysis. Look at this St. Louis County. 18% of the votes that we expect from St. Louis County are in. And given that, so if we multiply this by 5, could it be that are there 15, 20,000 more votes for Trish Gunby left to come in or so? And if so, if we can expect that stays on track, how does that affect the total? I mean, we can't predict that, but that's what some of these analytic models do, right? They say, where is the race headed? Where are the remaining vote totals? There's just more people living in St. Louis County, and she doesn't have a huge lead there, but she has enough of a lead that who knows?
It's true. Now, I think it's important to note that not all of the county is in this district. It's sort of that 270 corridor. Mm-hmm. And a lot of those areas are the more conservative areas of St. Louis County. So that's part of the reasons that her margins are worse than Trudy Bush Valentine's, who has the whole county to take into account. I just think that Trish Gunby will really have to run up those margins in St. Louis County to overcome this gerrymandered district that should go for the Republicans.
As a matter of strategy, we saw how Tammy Duckworth performed in Illinois, winning in some Republican areas. She adopted the abortion restrictions that are inherent in Roe versus Wade. She said, I would accept those. Trish Gunby would not. She went farther to left, if you will, on Roe versus Wade, and she said she would put no restrictions on abortion, and one wonders how that position might have allowed some of those independent voters who thought, well, I want choice on the issue of abortion, but I don't know if I want to go that far. Could she, a strategy that might have tacked more toward the middle of this issue, would that have been more competitive?
It could have been, but on the flip side, if you're the Trish Gunby campaign, maybe you think, we're not going to win over those voters in Franklin County and Warren County, but what we can try to do is really energize the Democratic base, and maybe that stronger position could do that. We also heard Ann Wagner moderating a bit from Missouri's current abortion policy, which tells me that maybe she doesn't think the full-on ban that we have right now is a winning issue.
She felt her lane was in the middle, and look, we describe issues sometimes like they're just political strategy, and for some people that's how they think about them. Obviously, these are important issues to discuss, the important policies that our elected officials will set. But while we're in the suburbs of St. Louis, I want to look at a race that there's been a lot of money, a lot of attention. You don't see this kind of money in a state Senate race very often. But George Haruza, a powerful story of immigrating here against an oppressive regime growing up in Europe, and then his story here in the U.S. against Tracy McCreary, the incumbent Democrat there. Let's look at that. With 14% of the vote in so far, and Tracy McCreary, as early polls indicated right now, is holding on to a lead. We're showing that map to you on our screen. I don't know if we can take that screen for you and show you where the vote totals stand. How closely do people watch a state house race in a state house dominated by Republicans?
Well, this is the competitive state Senate race to watch this year in Missouri. And so redistricting actually gives the Democrats a chance here. The GOP could flip this seat. So this was a seat that Senate 24 that Jill Shoup, the Democrat, won by 24 points. But it's been redrawn to make it a competitive district where the Republican really has a shot.
Very interesting. We're going to check back on the map right now of the Senate district. I think
See, there's that blue spot in the middle I was talking about.
Let's look at the blue spot that Anita predicted. There it is. The younger voters going about, well, yeah, almost 6-4 in favor of Trudy Bush Valentine. And as we zoom out to the rest of the state, she still trails by some 95,000 votes. The last votes show Eric Schmidt 54% of the vote to Trudy Bush Valentine's 42. Our Elise Schoenig is live at the headquarters for Eric Schmidt now with more reaction. As these results come in, his lead widens, her chances are fading, and we're hearing the cheers from just behind you, Elise.
Yeah, I was going to say those cheers are coming in super loud right now. You're watching us and the people's supporters here. They're looking at some of those national outlets that are showing some of those indications of those early numbers. Like you said, those are showing as of right now that Eric Schmidt is in the lead. And like you said, you know, some people are certainly reacting to that news, which for these supporters here is, of course, you know, exactly what they came here for, what they were expecting, what they were hoping. And I'm sure you can also see now this room here behind me is pretty full. Really not a lot of standing room left, honestly, as people are still trickling in. And, you know, we are still waiting to hear when exactly we'll get to hear from Eric Schmidt, when he's going to make his way here and deliver some words as soon as we can get to that confirmation. Again, some people here are still gathering, watching closely the screens over here to what those numbers are showing. You know, the vibe of the room has definitely picked up a lot here. People are enjoying some food. People are really just bringing up that energy as they wait for, you know, the results, like I said again, that they are hoping for here.
And Elise, we heard from Senator Josh Hawley alongside Attorney General Eric Schmidt last night. Josh Hawley predicted they would be the best 1-2 punch for Republicans in the Senate. And we got a glimpse of what Eric Schmidt might tell that room of supporters tonight, how he would go to the Senate and challenge the Biden administration, challenge big tech, social media companies, what he perceives to be a bias against Republican thought or critical thinking and censorship of posts like that online. Are there any threads or common conversations that you've heard with voters that you've talked to there tonight in that lane, or just in how they feel about the direction of the country under President Biden in general?
You know, I'll keep it simple. They say that they hope, like you said, that Schmidt will deliver with some of those challenges toward Biden. He hopes, you know, he wants to carry out. And per them, for what they've told me throughout the night, it's that the concerns that Schmidt wants to bring to the table are concerns that affect everybody, and that really his appeal to just the common everyday person are some of the strides that, you know, they hope that he will do and that they hope to see.
All right, Elise Schoenig reporting from the headquarters for Eric Schmidt. Thank you for that report. In just a moment, we'll check in with Trudy Bush Valentine's campaign, where our Justina Coronel is also standing by with a report from that campaign. Let's go now to Anita Mannion and a quick analysis of the map, the breakdown of these results. I think we have some of these results here on the map. I'm going to zoom back into Columbia and Boone County. You can see about 3,000 votes separate them there. And farther south, it's early, okay? It's early in Greene County, but she's got a lead there. And look, Trudy Bush Valentine, when you look at her strategy, she didn't just stay in her bunker or in her basement like a lot of people, like Republicans, said about Joe Biden when he was running the Biden bunker basement strategy. She got in that RV and went around and made the effort. She put in some, you know, some of that, what are they, the elbow grease, or, you know, pounded the pavement to try and connect with voters in rural areas. I don't know how well it worked for her.
Yeah, and I think that's fair. You know, I made a comment that she didn't get a lot out out a lot during the primary phase, but during the general election phase, she has sort of made her bus tour across the more rural areas. Springfield is blue right now. If she could hold Greene County, that would be a really strong indicator for her, but we know there's still a lot of the vote to be counted there, so we shouldn't get ahead of ourselves.
And it's going to be interesting if we look at the total map there, too. It looks like 100,000 votes still separate Eric Schmidt and Trudy Bush Valentine. We told you moments ago that we're watching closely both of these campaigns right now, I should tell you, because as this lead widens, there it is. The Associated Press has just confirmed that Eric Schmidt will win the race for Senate. So we can now report the Associated Press is projecting Eric Schmidt, Missouri's Attorney General, will go to the U.S. Senate. The second candidate to catapult from that office to the U.S. Senate, Josh Hawley first, Eric Schmidt second. That is becoming quite a desirable job in Missouri politics. If you're a Republican, you want to be the AG. That's a job you can springboard from to higher office. Eric Schmidt, someone who made his name suing China, suing school districts, pressuring political journalists and professors for their emails, and then telling voters on the campaign trail, you know me from those lawsuits. Remember, early in this race, there was a thought that John Wood, a third-party candidate, might try to run as a spoiler campaign. He dropped out. Now we've seen Trudy Bush Valentine and her campaign. We have watching now to see, are we going to go to Justina Coronel? Okay, we're going to go to her in just a moment. She's standing by with some of this reaction as the air of excitement or potential it zaps out of the room there in the Trudy Bush Valentine campaign. Looks like Justina is there now. Justina, I don't know if you can hear me, but if you can, give us a sense of what's going on. It looks like there might be somebody on the stage there.
Just finished my undergrad in rural Arkansas.
I'm not sure if she can hear our feed just yet. We're not.
So right now the music has stopped, but we're hearing from speakers talking from advocates and those supporting Trudy Bush Valentine talking about how proud they are of her. We heard from her son and daughter just talking about how proud of their mother campaigning across the state of Missouri. And even though with the results coming in, they said they want the crowd to stay fired up and just to stay positive during this time. But again, they talked about how proud they are of their mother, and we still have not seen Trudy Bush Valentine. We hope to hear from her and to talk and speak a little bit more in reaction. But for right now, we're hearing from advocates and supporters of Trudy Bush Valentine, and her family's in the room. And today they were at the polls with her, voting with her today, probably until around right when the polls close at 7. So again, we're waiting for Trudy Bush Valentine to enter into the room.
All right, there is some of that disappointment setting in the room where Trudy Bush Valentine might meet her supporters at any moment. Perhaps there is a concession speech. But again, the Associated Press has now declared Eric Schmidt the victor in that race for the Senate. And Anita Mannion, this was perhaps one of the least surprising developments of the night if you could read a poll.
Yeah, I think that's true. And if you've seen the trends in Missouri over recent years, we mentioned it earlier, but the Democrats had this glimmer of hope that maybe Eric Greitens was going to be a flawed candidate for the Republicans, John Wood would draw some votes, and then Democrats would have an inroad. But none of that happened, and so unsurprisingly, Eric Schmidt has won for Missouri. I think when you talk about that 1-2 punch of Hawley and Schmidt in the Senate, it's going to be interesting to see how tonight plays out. Right now there's a 50-50 tie in the Senate with the vice president, a Democrat, as the tiebreaker. So tonight, the Senate's sort of a toss-up. We have a couple really close races that we're going to be watching to see if Schmidt and Hawley will be in the majority or the minority.
So Illinois went blue, Tammy Duckworth won. Missouri went red, Eric Schmidt won. And we're going to take a look at how those votes are affecting other questions. Now, marijuana is an issue that a lot of people know. They have an opinion. And that opinion might not necessarily hinge on their political party or their political beliefs or the candidate they like or they don't like. But we do think we can draw some comparisons. Let's take a look at this map of Missouri Senate race, the county by county breakdown. And just if you can, burn into your brain where the red counties are red and where the blue counties are blue. We're going to switch over to the Amendment 3 question in a moment and see which of those blue counties stay green and which of these red counties stay red. Look at that. Some of that green spreads up into the suburbs and the exurbs, as Anita mentioned earlier. But look at that. The yes question, less certain than it was earlier. Earlier in the night, it was 58.
It was.
Then 55. Then 53. Now it's
narrowing.
down. You need 50% plus 1. That's the number we're watching all night long. We're going to be watching to see how close this gets. 27,000 votes separate those two categories right now. It's going to be pretty fascinating to watch. Will marijuana be shot down in Missouri?
Yeah, and if it is, then what's the next step? I think will be another interesting question.
We just saw some more counties. If you were watching closely, we saw some more counties come in. Let's take a look at where these votes lie. So you get into St. Louis County, 58% support. Down into Jefferson County, it drops off a bit, down to 52%. The city of St. Louis, 70% of people say yes. Over here in Jackson County, near Kansas City, again, 72%, about consistent. The mayor there was in support of it. The mayor in St. Louis was opposed. There's the difference. That's a Shara Jones difference, 2%. There it is. If we go out in the outer parts, look at, there's College Town, Columbia, Boone County, 62% said yes. Let's go down. 61% say no. 60% say no. So you're not seeing that huge polarizing issue. Marijuana is something that seems to unite Missourians.
That's right. In some ways, and I would have to go back and look at the specifics, it sort of reminds me of the Medicaid expansion map. So we'll see if the outcome is the same. Another interesting issue when we talk about these ballot initiatives is you mentioned you just need 51% now, but if the state legislature has its way, that bar could increase and it could make it more difficult to get another ballot initiative for marijuana in the future.
All right, if you're just now joining us, thank you for doing so. We've been here at the decision desk with you for the last 2.5 hours or so, and we will be signing off here in about 10 minutes, 10, 15 minutes or so. Before we do all that, there's a good chance we might hear from Eric Schmidt. What will he tell his supporters? We might hear from Trudy Bush Valentine. How will she come to terms with the outcome of this disappointing night for her and her campaign as it ends in defeat? We are listening to the reports and taking cues from our reporters, Elise Schoenig, Holden Kerwicki, and Justina Coronel out on the trail. All right, Anita, this is a moment that people in campaigns, political workers, political science people have been watching with buzz and anticipation for a long time. Now it's here. How long does it take for it to really set in? What are people thinking and feeling right now?
Yeah, even I think if you know that the polls haven't been in your favor, those folks who are working for the losing candidate still have a lot of passion for that. They put time and energy into it and they hold out hope. So I suspect we have elation at one campaign headquarters and real disappointment at the other one.
We're just now getting some programming information that Eric Schmidt may approach the stage in just about 10 minutes, and our plan is to go into overtime. We're not going to leave that from our live stream here, so we may carry the Eric Schmidt victory speech for you here on 5 on Your Side. We hope that you'll stay with us and watch the Attorney General as he meets his supporters and prepares to, and his lead is expanding up to that 17% lead. If you look at this map, let's take this map, 57% to 40%, and I'll just go ahead and, well, I don't know if I should do this or not. I was going to give credit to a political observer, a longtime political observer and reporter, Jason Rosenbaum, who has covered this
he's
for
one of my favorites.
A long time, and I think he had a sneaking suspicion, but he made a projection and a prediction that it turns out to be pretty accurate. I think it was right on the nose.
Yeah, these are very near what we saw for the Trump margins as well, so that's probably not a coincidence.
Let's compare that actually. The way this is shaking out, let's go down here. If you look at it, 57% to 41%. Eric Schmidt ran a general election campaign that almost looked identical to a primary campaign strategy. He didn't change it.
Right.
He ran up the rural resentment of that forgotten voter that people in D.C. don't think about us. He stayed true to attacking the urban city centers, the Democratic strongholds. In other states, you have to pivot. You have a primary message where you win one way and you pivot to the middle. He didn't do that.
He didn't, and it worked, right? You could say maybe he stepped back from his abortion message a little, but really, other than that, he used his primary strategy. That's the strategy that resonated with Republicans in Missouri, and it worked for him here in the general election.
What does that tell you, or maybe more importantly, what does that tell Missouri Democrats about the way their message needs to change, the way they need to evolve, move. If they're going to compete and make a race like this more competitive, how are they going to have to, I mean, maybe that's a question for them, but I mean, how much of an inward look are they going to have to make to say, all right, we got to get competitive here?
Even though we've seen indicators that even in Missouri, the maybe abortion law is not that popular with Missourians, I think that Democrats have to get away from the culture war issues in Missouri. They're not going to win that battleground in the rural areas. If they shift to more of an economic message, that could be more helpful to them. Talk about how they expanded Medicaid or save rural hospitals or raise the minimum wage, but I didn't really hear that in this campaign.
And look at this, we're going to zero in on the 2nd Congressional District. Again, if you're just joining us, we do expect to hear from Attorney General Eric Schmitt, who is now declared the next senator of Missouri who will be sworn in January. But we look at the 2nd Congressional District, one of the closer races, but not as close anymore. Look at that, Trish Gunby falling farther behind. She's now trailing by 9,400 votes. She really needs that vote total. She's still holding on, and look at that. I mean, that's separating by quite a bit. Look at that. It's the 14,000 votes trailing in Franklin County. That gap, she just needed to compete in a much bigger area, farther from the State House district that she represented. That's all foreign territory to her.
Right, and you know, the state legislature knew what they were doing when they drew this district. It seems to be working their plan.
All right, we're going to zoom back out. Let's take a look at the most recent. There it is, about 10 points off and about, well, almost 10,000 votes off, but it's still early. 80% of the votes still left to count in that district. So as we said to you some time ago, it may be a while before we have a better read on where that race is truly heading, but it certainly looks like Ann Wagner holds that early lead. All right, we're going to zoom back out and look at that. Those counties are starting to zoom in. This is going to give us a good idea of our heat map. And you can see there, the blue isn't all that blue in St. Louis County. It's blue. It could be bluer.
Yeah, I mean, she has almost a 2-to-1 margin there, but again, the turnout wasn't what she needed as well.
And that's the most populous county.
Right.
In all of Missouri. You look at the city of St. Louis, 84%. But again, it wouldn't matter.
Now, if she had that kind of margins in the county, that might have changed things.
That would really, it would make the red, these deep red districts that you see down here in the South, a lot more insignificant. If the county was that county, you're right. But that's the dividing line. The politics in the county are quite different than the politics in the city.
Absolutely.
All right, whoops, I accidentally clicked over into Illinois. I'm getting a little...
Politics in Illinois, much different than politics in Missouri.
Yeah. Politics are all local. We're seeing a lot of that. All right, I think our producers might have some results or some late information about the St. Louis County executive race. Can we check on that race here in a moment? We don't have those granular details in our map here, but we may have an update in that race for you. We're going to try and bring those results. It looks like, and a lot of votes are in, and it is getting tighter. Now just 7%. It started out at 17, then 13, then 7. So the race is trending. It's tightening. But, I mean, look, that's 48% reporting and a pretty wide margin there, almost 15,000 votes.
Yeah, you know, I don't like to make predictions, but I felt pretty comfortable saying Eric Schmidt's probably going to win. Cori Bush is probably going to win. But this race is, you know, a tight one and a very interesting one for a lot of reasons. So I think both the county executive and the St. Louis Board of Aldermen president are two races that we're going to come down to the wire on.
All right, we're going to go back to Illinois really quickly just to kind of run back through the map and show you those results. There we're seeing 62%, the top of your screen up there, 62% of all the votes that we expect. Let me try this again and see if I can use this pen. There it is. 62% of the vote, and Tammy Duckworth is going to be reelected to a second term. She's already been projected by the Associated Press. Let's compare that almost exactly the 2020 numbers. If we lose that bottom ticker, you'll see Donald Trump had 40.6%, just one fraction of a percentage off from Kathy Salvi, and you're seeing the difference. Let's go across the county. Cook County, 72 for Duckworth, 74 for Biden. She did a little bit better than he did. 54% for Tammy Duckworth in St. Clair County, 53% for Joe Biden. So a lot of that 2020 factor is still baked in. Let's go to the middle here in Fayette County. 80.1. I mean, on the nose.
Mark, we used to say all politics are local, and now all politics are national. I think these numbers sort of reinforce that narrative.
Yeah, and that's a great point. I mean, it's all carryover. Almost nothing is changing. It's baking in.
Yes.
People are digging in. All right, let's look at the governor's race and see how much of this. Right now, it's just looking at Fayette County. So let's go ahead and look at the whole state. We know that J.B. Pritzker has won, but look at that. There's some change in the heat map. If we go no heat map at all, you see those counties up north where J.B. Pritzker won, and St. Clair County where he narrowly is winning. It's that could still change by the end of the night, depending on how that county goes. But look at the heat map. Darren Bailey turned up the votes in the places where he needed to, but it just wasn't really enough.
No. Yeah, those population centers just carry so much in Illinois, and if he can't pick up some of those suburban votes, you know, that pretty much tells the story of why he couldn't win.
All right, let's go through the rest of these. Secretary of State, we have not called this race yet, but if you look at the trend, you look at the margin, Alexi Giannoulias, maybe that's just something where the Associated Press, that race is less of a priority for them than maybe a U.S. Senate race or a governor's race. I think by the time the experts get into the data and look at all this, they're going to make some calculations and they're going to just do the math and say, this race is just about as far away as J.B. Pritzker is or as Tammy Duckworth is, right. And that looks like Dan Brady is 44,000 votes behind. That's a lot of votes to make up. Tom DeVore, about 10,000 votes closer, but still 435,000 votes behind Kwame Raoul. I think if you're the incumbent Democrat there, you feel pretty good about your chances. Let's go down to the comptroller. Look at that. More than 500,000 votes separating that race. And again, it looks like Susana Mendoza might replace Jesse White as the most popular Democrat in Illinois, at least in these early returns. Mike Frericks, 417,000. So maybe the least popular Democrat, but still winning by a wide margin in Illinois. Look, it's good days for Democrats in Illinois right now.
Yeah, it's a tale of two states, right? It's tough days for Democrats in Missouri, good days for Democrats in Illinois, and vice versa.
That's one of the reasons I just love this job. This vantage point that we have, we can see the culture shock, the political differences between both of these two states. We're going to hear from either Trudy Busch Valentine or Eric Schmidt any moment now, so stay with us. But let's go ahead. In fact, here comes Trudy Busch Valentine approaching the mic right now. So we will look at those results. There it is. She's approaching the mic in just a moment. We will go to hear her remarks right now.
Thanks, guys. So good evening. And thank you all so much for being here tonight. Thank you for supporting me in this race and for loving Missouri as much as I do. Tonight did not end the way we hoped. Many of us are feeling scared right now. We're worried about Missouri's future and the future erosion of our rights. We feel discouraged because we work so hard, and it's easy to feel like that work didn't matter. But tonight, as I think back to our months on the trail, I know that that work that we did mattered because we reached so many Missourians in every corner of our state. We heard from farmers. We heard from farmers. We heard from union workers, teachers, moms, small businesses, small business owners, organizers, the list goes on. We traveled to the small rural communities and major urban areas alike. We spread our message of protecting our democracy, restoring women's freedom to choose, fighting for working families, and preserving Missouri farms. We may not have won this race, but we made great strides in Missouri. And I want to say this clearly to all of you, and especially to all the young people listening tonight. We cannot give up. Change doesn't happen overnight. Progress is built slowly by people like you. People who give up their weekends and the evenings to knock on doors, make calls, and do all the unglamorous work that it takes to protect our democracy. We can't give up because there's too much at stake. Let's keep showing up and doing the work to rebuild Missouri. Let's support candidates up and down the ballot who are fighting for our fundamental rights. Let's keep building a coalition of pro-democracy and pro-freedom in Missouri. I have learned so much because all of you have taught me so much, and for that reason, I'm never going to give up on Missouri. Missouri is my home, and we fight for our home. There are so many people I want to thank tonight. To my husband, John Freeze. Yeah, there he is. You have been with me every step of the way and supported me on this campaign. You have been my rock and my refuge, and I thank you and love you. To my children, for believing in their mom and cheering me on every day. I am proud to be your mom, and I love each of you with all my heart. To my incredible team, who has become another family to me. You worked so hard to get me all over this state, talking to the people of Missouri about our vision for a better America. This was never about me, it was about us. I would not be here without each and every one of you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. And to Eric Schmidt, this isn't the outcome I hope for, but I respect the will of Missourians who have put their trust in you, and I will be praying for wisdom and strength for you as you represent our great state in the United States Senate. And to all the people of Missouri who supported me in this campaign, whether you knocked on doors, made calls, donated, or simply voted for me, thank you from the bottom of my heart. It was an honor, it was the honor of my life to have the privilege to meet so many of you and listen to your issues, hopes, dreams, and concerns. I will always cherish those connections and carry them with me wherever I go. Thank you so much again for your support. I love Missouri. I'm so proud to call it my home. I'm so grateful to live here, and I will continue working every day to make sure Missouri is the best it can be. Thank you all so much, and good night.
Time accepting and conceding defeat as disappointment sets in, the vote totals come in. She had that message for Eric Schmidt, acknowledging that he will become Missouri's next junior senator, replacing Roy Blunt as he retires. Eric Schmidt and his campaign are experiencing, we're hearing some technical difficulties in getting their microphones and their PA system up and running. We will carry that victory speech for you. You can see the stage there. We're in contact with our reporters on the ground and their campaign. You may find that feed, that video feed of his speech on this live stream on our website or on KSTK on Channel 5. It looks like some folks are approaching the stage, so as we're just watching and observing it in real time along with you, we are taking our cues from them. So we may hear from Eric Schmidt here any moment. We are going to sign off and thank you for joining us in this midterm election, unless I'm being told otherwise. We're going to go back. We're going to join Anita Mannion here real quick. What did you make, Anita, of those comments you could hear from Trudy Busch Valentine just before we sign off?
Yeah, obviously she had some emotions going there and disappointment, as anyone who runs an unsuccessful campaign has. But I thought she was gracious in her wishes to Eric Schmidt, especially in a time where we're not always seeing candidates concede or be gracious. I appreciate that. And hopefully we can unite as Missourians.
Certainly some heartfelt comments from Trudy Bush Valentine, who wore her heart on her sleeve. I'm going to call an audible here real quick. We're going to go check this map. I want to look at this map in the Illinois 13th Congressional District where a race is tightening. Folks, watch this race. That's going to be a close outcome there. You see 154,000 votes counted, just 5,000 votes roughly separating Regan Deering, the Republican, from Nikki Budzinski. And we're just about halfway home. 56% of the vote counted there. That could be a close one to watch. And what we're going to do is take the live feed of the Eric Schmidt campaign, and Anita and I are going to wish you a good night. You can watch the rest of this video feed here. If Eric Schmidt approaches the stage and speaks to you, if they figure out their situation, you will be able to see and hear his remarks on this stream. We are going to go get ready for the newscast that starts at 10. That's a hard deadline, something we cannot miss. We very much enjoyed watching and analyzing these results for you tonight. Any predictions, Anita, before we go about what Eric Schmidt will tell the crowd?
No, typical Eric Schmidt would be give a more fiery, partisan message, but who knows? Maybe he'll come out with a more unifying message. Another thing I'm watching in that county executive race is there is a Green Party candidate who so far has a couple percentage points, which could make a difference in that race. So there's lots of interesting stuff still to watch tonight.
Yeah, those local races, again, I will remind you, if you haven't heard it on this live stream broadcast just yet, you can go to our website, ksdk.com right now. You can go through and watch those results of all the big, important local races on your ballot. See how voters decided who will hold the keys to government offices in these next months and years to come. Thank you so much for joining us. We're going to leave you now with the video feed of Eric Schmidt as he prepares to take the stage at his campaign watch party in Maryland Heights and accept the nomination to be your next senator in Missouri.
Support, and I am honored by your votes, and I promise you this, I'll be much more than a senator from Missouri. I'll be a senator for Missouri. And as you may have heard, I don't come from billions. I come from Bridgeton. And what a truly American story this is. Only in America could the son of a night shift worker at Anheuser-Busch go on to run for the United States Senate against an heiress from one of the most iconic and wealthy families in Missouri and win. Earlier tonight, I received a very kind and gracious phone call from Ms. Valentine. I want to thank her tonight for running a tough and spirited campaign. But now, the voters have spoken. The polls have closed and the results are in. Tonight, the people of Missouri have voted for a new direction and a new generation of leadership to save America. The election was never about me, and tonight isn't about me either. It's about you. Each and every one of you, even the folks watching on TV and the folks who aren't watching on TV. It's about your families and your jobs and your dreams and the future of this great country. Tonight is about all the regular, hard-working Missourians who've suffered the last 2 years, those who've been left behind, people who work hard every day and want their children to inherit America they've known and loved. These folks are the heart and soul of America, and I will be their champion in the United States Senate. I want to thank every Missourian who voted in this election, and I want especially those who voted for me. But for those who didn't, let me say this. I hope to earn your trust in the Senate because I intend to be a senator for all Missourians. Next January, when I'm sworn in, my title may be senator, but my job will be to be a fighter. I'll fight for you, and I'll fight for your families every day with every ounce of strength that God has given me. And tonight, let's be clear. The Biden administration's unchecked assault on our jobs, on our families, on our liberties, on our values must end. And a new era of fighting back and speaking out for the rights of parents and small business owners and working families is just beginning. And as we begin this new era, I do it armed with the greatest blessing God could ever give anyone, the unconditional love of my family. They are the reason I got into public service, and each day I am motivated by the same thing that motivates all of you. I want to leave a better world for my kids. And that belief and that hope of a better life is deeply rooted in who we are as Missourians. The story of Missouri is one that's been written by many hands over 2 centuries. Missouri has always been the backdrop and the destination for pioneers, innovators, and people who want a better life and who are willing to work for it. It's the story of exploration and the courage of Lewis and Clark, wanting to see what was on the other side of the mountains. It's the story of Mark Twain, who changed the world with sheer personality and words. It's the story of innovation and imagination that fueled Edwin Hubble to invent a telescope that could open up worlds unseen. And it's the story of your family and mine, who had the grit and the determination to come to Missouri, looking for a fresh start, a better way of life, when Missouri was literally on the edge of the map. Missourians have always been suspicious of a federal government 1,000 miles away telling us how to run our lives, and have always wanted to chart our own course. And that still rings true today in cities named Independence and Liberty, in towns called Freedom and Defiance, and everywhere else in between. Tonight, Missourians made a statement that the free state of Missouri will continue to lead the charge for freedom and opportunity. Like so many Missourians I've visited on the campaign trail, I believe in America. And America deserves so much better than we've seen the last 2 years. I believe in an America where every child is welcomed into this world regardless of their ability, because every human being has dignity and respect that is worthy of that. I believe in an America where kids can get a great education filled with knowledge and free from political indoctrination. I believe in an America where we're not just energy independent, but energy dominant. Where we control our own destiny, and where Joe Biden stops begging countries like Saudi Arabia and Venezuela for oil. I believe in an America that ends reckless spending and stops mortgaging our future on the backs of our kids and our grandkids. I believe in an America where families can find good jobs and good pay right here in the Show Me State and not have to lose their hard-earned money to high inflation and higher taxes. I believe in an America where moms and dads can raise their kids without worrying about fentanyl or crime, and where we defend the police, not defund the police. And I believe in an America where government policies don't get in the way of people going as far and as fast as their dreams will take them, where anyone can achieve anything. And yes, I believe in an America where we remember that our greatness is not found in government, but in our people. And finally, let me say this to the people of Missouri, that I believe in our great state. I've seen what it can offer to just a kid from Bridgeton. There's a hell of a lot of common sense here in so-called flyover country. And I can promise you one thing: we're going to shake things up in Washington. I want to thank my wife, Jamie, for her endless love and support. We were actually in this tunnel. We've been married for 23 years. 23 years. We met in college and we were in this tunnel, and I said, Jamie, can you believe this? Did you ever in your wildest dreams imagine we'd be on this stage? And she said, Eric, you've never been in my wildest dreams. Yeah. My entire family has been so supportive. My mom and my dad are here. My sisters, my cousins, my aunts, my uncles, everybody's up on stage, and I thank all of you. And I want to thank my 3 wonderful kids, starting with Sophia and Olivia. Our girls are incredible daughters and will live incredible lives themselves. And I'm just grateful to be their dad. Stephen is here too. Stephen's here. And I know many of you know Stephen is a special blessing. Stephen was born with a rare genetic condition and has epilepsies on the autism spectrum and is nonverbal. And I thank God every day for his life. It'll never be typical, but it'll always be special. And even though Stephen is nonverbal and has no words, anybody who's ever met this kid has been inspired by him. And I know that I have. My ancestors many years ago came to this state, the state of Missouri, when it was on the western frontier of America. They left everything behind for a better life, and they found it. Their mission is our mission. And my work in Washington will be to remove the obstructions that prevent working families in Missouri from turning their dreams into realities, and to always fight for their God-given rights. This is the story of America and the story of Missouri. It's a place where ordinary people can do extraordinary things. And I will take that pride in our state with me to Washington. And I will never forget the message sent tonight by the voters of the great state of Missouri that we're not giving up on America. To the contrary, we believe our best days are ahead of us, and it is worth fighting for. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight is not the end. Tonight is just the beginning. And it will take all of us working together to make that happen. As your next United States Senator, I will fight every day for a brighter future and a better America for every Missourian from every part of our great state. Thank you. God bless you. God bless Missouri. And God bless the United States of America. Let's go! Thank you. Thank you. Hey. Love you.
This way a little bit. He's fixing it now, yeah. Mic check 1, 2, 3. Mic check 1, 2, 3. Okay. Okay. Hey, who's in the booth right now? Sorry, I couldn't tell.
At Today in St. Louis, we focus on what matters most in the morning.
Local! More local.
Local coverage and the latest news that affects you. Local weather with our Just Right forecast. And local traffic that's right on time. From your family to your pocketbook to your health. At Today in St. Louis, your morning is our focus because no story matters more than the one that affects you. Today in St. Louis, focused on you. At 5 on Your Side, we put weather first.
Look how high the water was.
Is there somebody in there?
It impacts your commute, your job,
half of the building is destroyed,
your family. For the Weather First team, you and your community, that's our priority. The most accurate, always first. The 5 on Your Side Weather First team, focused on you.
This is 5 on your side at 10, Decision 2022 coverage of election night. Good evening. I'm Mike Bush.
And I'm Ann Allred. The polls closed just 3 hours ago and results are pouring in. We have live team coverage with crews and cameras across the region covering the big races here at home.
Let's start with the race for Missouri's U.S. Senate seat. You just heard from him. Republican Eric Schmitt has been declared the winner, beating Democrat Trudy Bush Valentine. Schmitt will replace the retiring Roy Blunt.
Just minutes ago, both candidates addressed their supporters. Justina Cornell is with the Bush Valentine campaign near downtown. Here's Holden Kerwicki, who's live at the Schmitt campaign party at Westport Plaza. Holden.
Well, Ann, Eric Schmitt has addressed a raucous crowd out here tonight. They're obviously excited about his big win. Now they're looking forward to what comes next. Schmitt said that his victory tonight actually sends a very big message to President Joe Biden and the Washington establishment that the people of Missouri are ready for a change. He thanked his family and touched on a number of different issues that have impacted this race all across the state before thanking his supporters not only for coming out here tonight, but going out earlier today and casting their vote. Schmitt even had a message for the people who didn't vote for him. You're going to want to hear it.
I want to thank every Missourian who voted in this election, and I want especially those who voted for me. But for those who didn't, let me say this. I hope to earn your trust in the Senate because I intend to be a senator for all Missourians.
Now, even after his victory speech and during, actually, Schmitt continued his rhetoric that he had before the race, where he contrasted himself as a boy from Bridgeton against a billionaire heiress. We're actually going to go over now to Trudy Bush Valentine's campaign, where our Justina Cornell is standing by.
Yeah, Holden, we also just heard from Trudy Bush Valentine about 30 minutes ago, and she was emotional with tears in her eyes, and she says this was not the ending that she had hoped for. Now, she also says it's easy to feel discouraged right now and hopeless, but they made great strides in this campaign. She says their work mattered because they reached so many Missourians. Bush Valentine had a message for younger folks saying change doesn't happen overnight and to keep pushing for that change. Now, she adds, I'm never going to give up on Missouri, end quote. And Bush Valentine also had a few words for her opponent, Eric Schmitt.
To Eric Schmitt, this isn't the outcome I hope for, but I respect the will of Missourians who have put their trust in you, and I will be praying for wisdom and strength for you as you represent our great state in the United States Senate.
Now, Trudy Bush Valentine stuck around after her speech, hugging those who came to support her and shaking their hands. So she stuck around for quite a bit and thanking them, and she says she's thankful for the support. We'll send it back to y'all in studio.
All right, Justina, thanks.
A U.S. Senate seat up for grabs in Illinois. The race was called right after the polls were closed. Early on, incumbent Tammy Duckworth easily beating Republican challenger Kathy Salvi.
And the race for Illinois governor was called early tonight. Democrat J.B. Pritzker won a second term, beating down state Republican Darren Bailey. In his victory speech, Pritzker told his supporters the fight for democracy is still at stake.
When the rights and freedoms of our most vulnerable people are disregarded, when the welfare and education of all of our children are under siege, when the guardrails of our democracy, the load-bearing walls of institutions of government, the freedoms that this state's most famous son died to protect are under attack, well, then winning is not a luxury but a necessity. So yes, Illinois, I am here and I am ready for the fight. Are you ready for the fight too?
Let's look at the tight race for St. Louis County Executive. Incumbent Sam Page being challenged by Republican Mark Maxwell, who ran twice for the job as a Democrat. Right now, Page has a 4-point lead at 51% to Maxwell's 47%.
Laura Barczewski is with the Manavani campaign in Brentwood, but let's start with Robert Townsend. He is with the Page campaign. He's in Bridgeton. Robert.
Hey there, Mike. Right now, Sam Page and a lot of supporters are happy about those numbers that they're seeing. I'm going to step back, and you can probably see him just in the crowd there. He is keeping a close eye on the numbers. Again, numbers that are right now pushing Page to a possible victory. You can see about 200 supporters have packed the Machinist Hall here in Bridgeton. The 57-year-old St. Louis County executive is here with his wife, Jenny, and two of their three sons. St. Louis County Prosecutor Wesley Bell is also in this crowd to show his support. Again, the latest numbers show Page is leading his Republican opponent, Mark Maxwell. Page has about 51% of the votes. Maxwell has 47%. Now again, that's with 205 of 239 precincts reporting at this hour.
Well, that's really consistent with what I heard at the polling places today when I was talking with voters. We had a lot of spontaneous support in all corners of the county, even in traditional Republican areas.
Again, the mood right now, of course, is just all electric. A lot of folks here just crossing their fingers that he is going to capture a victory none too soon. Now let's go over to the Maxwell camp. That's where my colleague, Laura Barteski, is. Hey, Laura, what's happening there?
Hey, Robert, the room is still pretty full of supporters for Republican Mark Maxwell. I just heard from his campaign manager that he is going to be stepping on stage in about 5 minutes. We were actually going to try and speak to him with you right now, but because he is going to step on stage in about 5 minutes, we will hear from him then. It's been a great night for everybody here, and it's been a really positive night and showing all their support. He's stepping up right now.
Well, look, there's still some votes outstanding. All right, but it appears to me that this isn't going to happen for us tonight. And we can monopolize more of your time to keep you here until you see the last vote, but it seems sort of, I think, presumptuous to drag this out. So, as I said, it appears likely that we're going to be unsuccessful in our attempt to win this election today, and I guess it's incumbent upon me to congratulate the county executive on what will be a victory, and to the extent that he can move forward and work positively with others in the public interest, I certainly wish him well. This community has great potential and needs a leader, not merely an office holder, and I'm sincerely hopeful that the county executive will make a new start and deliver to our community on that need. To the people of the St. Louis area, I would continue to implore you to challenge yourself and the community to address our long-term and historic challenges, economic stagnation, racial and social equity, and the fragmentation of our local governance structure. Did it just get dark, or? I mean, this is hard enough to get through if we don't have to like turn this into a something else. So look, I'm disappointed for the future of our community and for all of you. I believe that the outcome that we're seeing tonight is purely my loss, purely my failure. I've always believed and I've always said, stop it. Leadership requires that you win as a team, but under any circumstances, it's the leader's loss. And so it is tonight. If there's any blame, if we did anything wrong, I don't know what it is, but if we did, that blame is purely mine. There are a lot of people I should be thanking, and people to whom I owe a real debt of gratitude. That starts, I think, with the Republican Central Committee of St. Louis County, who thought outside the box, and in the interest of trying to bring this community together, in the interest of trying to reach across the aisle and give this community the kind of leadership that it hasn't had for decades.